Democratic centralism is another of our advantages. This system works to foster unity among the people, making it much better than Western-style democracy. And once we make a decision, it can be immediately implemented. Take another example. In dealing with the problem of ethnic minorities, China has not adopted a federal system of separate republics but a system of autonomous regions. We believe this system works quite well and is consistent with conditions in China. In short, we have many advantages which make our socialist system superior and which must not be abandoned. So we shall uphold the four cardinal principles. Excerpt from a talk with General Secretary Kadir János of the Socialist Workers' Party of Hungary. 2 features of the 13th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. November 16, 1987. The report of the 12th Central Committee to the 13th National Congress of our party represents a collective effort, concentrating the wisdom of thousands of people. It is not my work alone. Of course, the report reflects my views, but in the main it embodies collective opinions. I have contributed to the line, principles, and policies formulated since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of the party held in 1978, but I was not the only one to do so. Therefore, the accomplishments of the last 9 years should not all be attributed to me. I should be considered simply a member of the collective. It is not good to exaggerate the role of any one individual. One of the features of the party's 13th National Congress is that it expounded the theory that China is in the primary stage of socialism. It is in the light of this theory that we shall implement the line, principles, and policies formulated since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. Another feature is that the Congress elected a new leading body that will ensure continued and accelerated implementation for our policies of reform and opening to the outside world. Before the Congress, people at home and abroad were concerned that those policies might not be continued. But the Congress has addressed that question, reassuring the Chinese people and our international friends. Nevertheless, ours is an entirely new endeavor, one that was never mentioned by Marx, never undertaken by our predecessors, and never attempted by any other socialist country. So there are no precedents for us to learn from. We can only learn from practice, feeling our way as we go. We are trying to turn China into a modern socialist country. Economically, we want to reach the level of the moderately developed countries. It will take another 50 to 60 years, or about 100 years from the time of the founding of the People's Republic, for us to do that. We shall uphold the party's traditions from the best period of the last several decades' hard work and prudent action. But we must recognize that our road is long, we may still run into many difficulties, and it will be hard to avoid mistakes. The important thing is to continually learn from our experience and to make the party's activities and the country's political life more democratic. That will mean that more people's opinions are heard, especially the opinions of the masses. Excerpt from a talk with Takako Doi, chairman of the Central Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Japan. We must emancipate our minds and think independently. May 18, 1988. Of the 39 years since the People's Republic of China was established, in the first 8 we did our work well, and also in the last 10, but during the intervening years of left interference, things were not so good. We are pleased with our development over the past 10 years. Looking back, I think we have been doing the correct thing. The party's 13th National Congress held last year decided not only to continue to follow the established principles and policies but to go one step further in reform and opening to the outside world. We believe that as long as we carry out these principles and policies, we shall succeed. On the other hand, there are still risks ahead, and we cannot expect smooth sailing all the way. Nevertheless, we must pursue the reform, and if problems arise, we have to solve them promptly and properly. We cannot allow stagnation, which is only a dead end. The basic principle set forth at the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of our party was that we must emancipate our minds and think independently, formulating policies in light of our own realities. None of the works of Karl Marx or of Lenin offers a guide for building socialism in China, and conditions differ from one country to another, each having its own unique experience. So we have to think for ourselves. This is true not only in economic matters but also in political matters. A country that wants to develop must not keep its doors closed or isolate itself. It must maintain extensive international contacts with all kinds of people, absorbing what is useful and rejecting what is harmful. We call this opening to the outside world. Domestically too, we have to open wider, invigorate the economy and not be restricted by conventional thinking. Our heads used to be full of conventional ideas, but now we have broken free of them. We have been upholding Marxism, Leninism and Mao Zedong thought and keeping to the socialist road all along, but only now have we solved the question of what socialism is. Frankly, when we were copying the Soviet model of socialism, we ran into many difficulties. We discovered that long ago, but we were never able to solve the problem. Now we are solving it. What we want to build is a socialism suited to conditions in China. There is a problem here. Perhaps, given the conditions in your country, you should consider whether a headlong rush to socialism is advisable. Choosing a socialist orientation is a good idea, but first of all you have to know what socialism is. Socialism is certainly not poverty. When you speak of socialism, it can only be socialism suited to conditions in Mozambique. In short, you must always remember one point: suit your own conditions. You may want to refer to other people's experience, but that can be useful only as background information. The world's problems cannot all be solved in the same way. China has its own way, and Mozambique must also find its own way. Excerpt from a talk with President Joaquim Alberto Chissano of Mozambique. We must rationalize prices and accelerate the reform. May 19, 1988. The central theme of both the 13th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party and the first plenary session of the 7th National People's Congress March 25, April 13, 1988 was that we must further emancipate our minds and liberate the productive forces. We cannot speed up the reform without rationalizing prices. The problem of prices has remained unsolved for many years, during which the state set all the prices. For example, for a long time the purchasing prices of grain and non-staple foods were too low. Although we raised them several times in the past few years, they were still too low. In the cities, however, we could not raise the selling prices beyond a certain point. This led to a disparity between the purchasing and selling prices, so the state had to make up the difference. This is contrary to the law of value. On the one hand, we cannot arouse the enthusiasm of the peasants for production, and on the other hand the state bears a heavy burden, that is, every year it must use tens of billions of yuan for subsidies. Consequently, the state doesn't have enough money for economic development, let alone for educational, scientific, and cultural undertakings. So if we want to lighten our burden and move forward, we have to solve the price problem. Recently we decided to take the first step and to lift controls over the prices of 4 kinds of non-staple foods: meat, eggs, vegetables and sugar. In ancient China there was a story about Guangong, a famous 3rd century warrior of the Shu Han kingdom, who fought his way through 5 passes and killed 6 enemy generals. We may have more passes to go through and more enemy generals to behead. It is hard for us to break through each pass, because it involves great risks. As soon as we lifted price controls on non-staple foods, there was a rush of panic buying. Everybody is talking about prices, and there are a lot of complaints. However, I think the masses understand the decision of the Central Committee and the State Council and believe it was correct. We cannot yet say with certainty that we can make our way through this pass, but we hope we can. This means that when we take each step, we should work hard, be daring but act prudently. We should also review our experience frequently and, when we find problems, make adjustments in light of the conditions. However, we have no choice but to carry out price reform, and we must do so despite all risks and difficulties. We should make it clear to the party membership and the people that the reform is a hard task, that there are no perfect policies or methods, that we are dealing with new problems and that we have to learn from experience. We say that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Practice will prove whether it is right for us to lift price controls and accelerate the reform. Some of our measures may go well while others may not. Fortunately, over the past 10 years China has made gratifying progress in economic development. The standard of living has risen and the people can tolerate some price rises. I always tell my comrades not to be afraid of risks but to be daring. We shall get nowhere if we are plagued by fears. The Chinese economy will not grow too slowly. Although we are having difficulties, the growth rate for 1988 may still exceed 10%. Every day we have to brave winds and waves, but I am convinced that we can reach the goal of quadrupling the GNP. That is the present situation and those are our plans. Excerpt from a talk with a military delegation from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, headed by Oh Jin-yu, Minister of the Korean People's Armed Forces. We must continue to emancipate our minds and accelerate the reform. May 25, 1988. We are carrying out a thorough and extensive reform. Why? Because we have learned from the Cultural Revolution 1966 to 1976. The 10-year Cultural Revolution, together with the period dominated by left errors, which began in 1957, caused us to waste 20 years. The period from 1949, when the People's Republic of China was founded, to 1957 was one of rapid development, but after that problems arose. I don't mean that in those 20 years we did nothing good. We did a lot of work and scored some major achievements, such as the development of the atomic bomb, the hydrogen bomb and ballistic missiles. However, the overall political situation was chaotic, and the economy either grew slowly or stagnated. Even after the Gang of Four was crushed, we remained for 2 years at a standstill under the wrong ideological guideline of the two whatevers. It was not until 1978, when the third plenary session of the 11th CPC Central Committee was held, that a new and correct line was formulated, together with new and correct principles and policies. These can be summed up as the decision to build socialism suited to conditions in China. And if we are to build socialism, our fundamental task must be to develop the productive forces, shake off poverty, build a strong, prosperous country and improve the living conditions of the people. There is no such thing as poor socialism. Socialism is characterized not by poverty but by prosperity, the common prosperity of all. To expand the productive forces we must carry out reform and open to the outside world. There is no other way. We cannot continue to keep our doors closed as we did for more than 20 years. It is unanimously agreed that we should pursue the policies of reform and opening up, and this unanimity is attributable to the 10-year disaster, the Cultural Revolution, the lessons of which are unforgettable. Of course, different opinions arise in the process of reform, but the differences are not over whether we should carry it out, but over how far it should go, how it should be conducted, and how we should go about opening to the outside. This is only natural, and there is nothing strange about it. There is a common saying in China that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Our practice over the last 10 years has proved that the line, principles, and policies adopted by the party since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee are correct, and that we are right to carry out the reform and opening up. We shall not slow them down but accelerate them. We must continue to emancipate our minds and speed up the reform and the opening process. These two tasks will continue throughout the course of China's development. They will not be completed in 3, 5, 8, 10, or even 20 years. There is too much to be done. The reform and opening must be carried out in the light of the particular conditions in each country, because countries differ from one another in many respects, such as their economic base, history, environment, and neighbors. We can study the experience of other countries but never copy them. In the past, we indiscriminately imitated other countries and suffered greatly from the consequences. Therefore, China can only build a socialism adapted to conditions in China. The issue of Taiwan is yet to be resolved. China will eventually be reunified. Whether reunification can be brought about smoothly will be determined by two factors. One is how well the one country, two systems formula works in Hong Kong, and the other is how well we can do in developing the economy. In short, the solution to all our problems lies in economic development. Excerpt from a talk with Milo Jake, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. We should draw on the experience of other countries. June 3, 1988. We are carrying out reform in a vast, poor country, and there is no precedent for this anywhere in the world. During the past 39 years of economic development, we have learned from both our successes and our failures. However, we cannot rely solely on our own experience to solve all problems. To develop its economy and shake off poverty and backwardness, China must open to the outside world. By opening up, we mean not only making more contacts with other countries but also drawing on their experience. Unfortunately, we wasted 20 years after 1957, while during those 2 decades the world developed rapidly. On the other hand, this was useful to us in a way. The experience gained during those 20 years, particularly the lessons of the Cultural Revolution, taught us that we could not proceed unless we carried out reform and formulated new political, economic, and social policies. Accordingly, at the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of the CPC, we formulated a series of principles and policies, and thus took a new path. These policies can be summarized as reform and opening up. Reform and opening up are the means by which we shall develop our economy in 3 stages. The goal of the first stage is to ensure that the people have adequate food and clothing, and this has been accomplished ahead of time. The goal of the second stage is to enable the people to live a relatively comfortable life by the end of the century. There are still 12 years left, and it seems that we shall be able to reach that goal. And the goal of the third stage is to reach the level of moderately developed countries by the middle of the next century. That goal will be hard to achieve. The last decade of this century will be crucial for laying a foundation and creating good conditions for economic development in the first half of the next. There is no perfect program for reform. The important thing is to act prudently, apply proper methods and choose the right timing. It is impossible not to make mistakes, but we should try to avoid serious ones and modify the program if problems arise. Reform involves risks, but I believe we can carry it out. This optimistic prediction is not groundless. At the same time, we should base our work on the possible emergence of serious problems and prepare for them. In this way, even if the worst should happen, the sky will not fall. We have solemnly promised that our policy towards Hong Kong will remain unchanged for 50 years after 1997. Why 50 years? There is a reason for that. Not only do we need to reassure the people of Hong Kong, but we also have to take into consideration the close relation between the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong and the strategy for the development of China. The time needed for development includes the last 12 years of this century and the first 50 years of the next. So how can we change our policy during those 50 years? Now there is only one Hong Kong, but we plan to build several more Hong Kongs in the interior. In other words, to achieve the strategic objective of development, we need to open wider to the outside world. Such being the case, how can we change our policy towards Hong Kong? As a matter of fact, 50 years is only a vivid way of putting it. Even after 50 years our policy will not change either. That is, for the first 50 years it cannot be changed, and for the second there will be no need to change it. So this is not just idle talk. Stability must be maintained in Hong Kong. It must be maintained not only during the transition period but also afterwards, when the people of Hong Kong are administering the region after China resumes its exercise of sovereignty. This is crucial. In addition to stable economic development, Hong Kong needs a stable political system. As I have said, at present Hong Kong has a political system that is different from the ones in Britain and the United States, and it will not copy any Western system in future either. Arbitrarily copying Western systems would cause unrest, and that would be very harmful. This is a very practical and serious problem. Excerpt from a talk with the participants in the International Conference on China and the World in the 90s. We should maintain moderately rapid growth of production. June 7, 1988. China is deepening its reform, trying to create more favorable conditions for future development. We attach importance not only to our development in this century, but even more to our development in the next. The choice before us is either to continue to make economic progress or to retreat. But to retreat will get us nowhere. Only by deepening reform in every field of endeavor can we ensure that the people will live a relatively comfortable life by the end of this century and that more progress will be made in the next. Our reform involves great risks, but we have high hopes of success. Unless you are confident of success, you can't make proper policy decisions. I have always encouraged my comrades to be bolder in carrying out reform. There are two crucial things. First, when handling matters we should consult the people, act resolutely but prudently, analyze our experience from time to time and correct inappropriate plans and methods so as to prevent minor mistakes from becoming major ones. Second, during the reform we should maintain moderately rapid growth of production. The growth rate should not be too fast. But of course it should not be too slow either. For the last 10 years the economy has been developing at high speed. If we can maintain a moderate speed in the coming years, there will be little risk in deepening the reform. Excerpt from a talk with Zbigniew Messner, member of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the United Workers' Party of Poland and chairman of the Polish Council of Ministers. Circumstances oblige us to deepen the reform and open wider to the outside world. June 22, 1988. China suffered greatly from the 10-year disaster, the Cultural Revolution. In fact, not just from that, as early as the second half of 1957 we began to make left mistakes. To put it briefly, we pursued a closed-door policy in foreign affairs and took class struggle as the central task at home. No attempt was made to expand the productive forces, and the policies we formulated were too ambitious for the primary stage of socialism. In 1978, at the third plenary session of the 11th CPC Central Committee, we made a systematic review of our past work and put forth a series of new principles and policies. The main points were that we should shift the focus of our work from class struggle to expansion of the productive forces, that we should replace the closed-door policy with an open policy, and that we should abandon old conventions and carry out reform in every field. The development of China has an important bearing on the development of the rest of the world, because 1/5 of the total population lives in China. To be frank, for a long time after 1840 China did not make its due contribution to the world. That was mainly because of a century of imperialist aggression and of corrupt reactionary governments. In 1949 China put an end to its history of humiliation, and the Chinese nation stood up. In the first 8 years after the founding of the People's Republic we made great progress. In 1978 we embarked on a brand new undertaking. Since then we have been building a socialism adapted to our own conditions. Pressing circumstances oblige us to deepen the reform and open wider to the outside world. We are confronted with several formidable tasks. Right now the hardest one is to effect an all-round reform of the price and wage systems. Although the road ahead is rough, we believe that the favorable situation of the last decade will continue. This is what we are hoping. Ethiopia is an important country in Africa. For a long time the Ethiopian people have waged a glorious struggle for independence. When I was young, I already knew about your country. At that time it was called Abyssinia, and its people were courageously waging a just war against the Italian fascist aggressors. Now this nation is confronted with economic difficulties, which I believe you will overcome. I sincerely hope that you will concentrate on expanding the productive forces and arousing the initiative of your people. It seems that the international environment will remain peaceful for a relatively long time, that is, there will be no Third World War. Both of our countries belong to the Third World, and we should always take economic development as the central task and miss no opportunity to pursue it. Excerpt from a talk with President Mengistu Haile Mariam of Ethiopia. We review the past to open up a new path to the future. September 5, 1988. We are both veterans of the international communist movement, and it is always a pleasure for us to meet. We are both optimists, so we should remember the good days we have known and forget the dark days. I have been a member of the Communist Party for several decades, counting from 1922. When I joined the party, I have been working under the banner of communism for more than 60 years. During that time I have done many good things, and I have also made some mistakes. As everybody knows, I rose to power 3 times and fell from power 3 times. To be frank, I was forced out not because I did wrong things, but because I did right things that were misunderstood as wrong. From 1954 to 1956 I served as Secretary General of the CPC Central Committee, Vice Chairman of the National Defense Commission and Vice Premier of the State Council. In 1956 I became General Secretary of the party and stayed at the core of the leadership. So I should take some responsibility for the left mistakes the party made before the Cultural Revolution. We should not shift all the blame onto Comrade Mao Zedong. Starting in 1957 Mao Zedong began to make left mistakes, which culminated in the decade of the Cultural Revolution. Mao himself admitted he had made mistakes, saying that he would be satisfied if after his death his work were assessed as having been 70% achievements and 30% mistakes. During the 36 years from 1921, when the party was founded, to 1957, he made outstanding contributions. It was he who led us to victory in the revolution. When we summarize the historical experience of our party, we should not count him out, because to negate the contributions of Mao Zedong would be to negate the importance of the greater part of Chinese revolutionary history. Have you read the resolution on certain questions in the history of our party since the founding of the People's Republic of China, which was adopted at the 6th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee? In that resolution we reviewed the history of our party and evaluated it in the way I just described. We have had to evaluate the history of our party. And you have to do the same. Every party and every country has its own past, which it must analyze objectively and realistically in order to learn from it. I am familiar with our party's history from the beginning, and I know the ins and outs of many important events. When we review our history, we should not focus on the achievements and mistakes of particular individuals but seek to chart a course for the future. Our successes have provided us with valuable experience, and so have our mistakes. Although we thoroughly condemn the Cultural Revolution, we recognize that it was useful to the extent that it taught us a lesson. Without that lesson, we would have been unable to formulate the policies and the ideological, political, and organizational lines that we have worked out since the third plenary session of the 11th CPC Central Committee. At that session it was decided that the focus of our work should be shifted from class struggle to developing the productive forces and modernizing the country. That policy decision won universal support from party members and the people. Why? Because we had before us the alternative example of the Cultural Revolution. So, the Cultural Revolution has turned out to be valuable. I believe it is not healthy for a party or a country to pin its hopes on the reputation of one or two persons, because if they then lose their prestige it can cause political instability. After the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, comrades hoped that I would become the General Secretary of the party and the President of the country. But I rejected that proposal. At the 13th National Party Congress I announced that I was retiring from the core of the leadership together with some other aged comrades. We did this to demonstrate that the future of China will depend on a new collective of leaders. The achievements of the last 10 years are also attributable to a collective. I did a little. But I can't take credit for everything. Actually, many ideas were conceived by other leaders or by the masses. All I did was sum up those ideas in the form of principles and policies. Our present collective of leaders follows the line, principles, and policies adopted at the third plenary session, and we believe that they will be continued. So far as I am concerned, I am quite confident of this prospect and pleased with it. Many foreign journalists have asked to interview me and to write my biography, but I have politely refused. In my opinion, it is not good to exaggerate the role of any one individual. After all, everyone will die at last. It is wrong for people to think that when I die China will lose its soul. although I shall still do some work during the rest of my life. I wish to fade from the political scene. My strongest aspiration is to be alive in 1997. When China takes over Hong Kong. That's a place I'd like to visit. I also want to visit Taiwan, but the chances for solving the Taiwan question before 1997 seem quite slim. Excerpt from a talk with President Gustav Husak of Czechoslovakia. Science and technology constitute a primary productive force. September 5 and September 12, 1988. The world is changing, and we should change our thinking and actions along with it. In the past we pursued a closed-door policy and isolated ourselves. How did that benefit socialism? The wheels of history were rolling on, but we came to a halt and fell behind others. Marx said that science and technology are part of the productive forces. Facts show that he was right. In my opinion, science and technology are a primary productive force. For us, the basic task is to maintain socialist convictions and principles, expand the productive forces and raise the people's living standards. To accomplish this task, we must open our country to the outside world. Otherwise, we shall not be able to stick to socialism. In the 1950s, for example, the gap in technology between China and Japan was not great. Then we closed our doors for 20 years and made no effort to compete internationally, while during the same period Japan grew into an economic power. 2. From a long-term point of view, we should pay attention to education and science and technology. We have already wasted 20 years when we should have been developing. If we paid no attention to education, science, and technology, we would waste another 20 years, and the consequences would be dreadful to contemplate. When I met with Husak recently, I mentioned that Marx was quite right to say that science and technology are part of the productive forces, but now it seems his statement was incomplete. The complete statement should be that science and technology constitute a primary productive force. The future of agriculture will eventually lie in bioengineering and other highly advanced technologies. So we must recognize the full importance of science and technology. We should put more money and effort into developing them and into developing agriculture and education. We should try every way to expand education, even if it means slowing down in other fields. We must try to increase the material benefits for the few top intellectuals. If we arouse their enthusiasm and show them more respect, they will make more contributions. Haven't we developed the atomic bomb, the hydrogen bomb, satellites, and space technology on our own? The engineering of the electron-positron collider that we have completed also ranks among the world's most advanced technologies. The wages of intellectuals must be raised step by step over the next few years, so they will have something to look forward to. I am told that an old professor at Beijing University said recently, my salary has remained the same as it was when the People's Republic was founded. But with the way prices have gone up, my standard of living has dropped by 2/3. No matter how many difficulties we have, we must try to improve the treatment of teachers. If we do that, it will affect our intellectuals in other countries too. We have tens of thousands of students studying abroad, and it is important to create suitable conditions for their work after they come back. Some students who have returned have been unable to find appropriate work or even a unit to accept them, because we simply aren't doing any research in some of the areas they have been studying. We could establish a comprehensive scientific research center that would include certain specialties, or we could add some specialties in existing research institutes and universities. If we arrange For such people to tackle specific projects in these places, surely some of them will achieve great things. Otherwise, these people will not come back, and it will be a great loss to the country. Another important aspect of reform is to redistribute the funds allocated to science and education. Since science and technology constitute a primary productive force, and since intellectuals, who during the Cultural Revolution were called the ninth category, are part of the working class, we should raise them to first place. These are my thoughts on education, science and technology and the treatment of intellectuals. I have expressed them as a strategic concept or measure. From a long-term point of view, it is time for us to set about solving this problem. Excerpt from a talk with President Gustav Husak of Czechoslovakia and excerpt from remarks made after hearing a report on a tentative program for the reform of prices and wages. The central leadership must have authority. September 12, 1988. The main point I want to make is that the central leadership must have authority. The reform can be successful only if it is conducted under proper leadership and in an orderly fashion. Otherwise, everything will be in a mess, with everyone going his own way. How can we allow that? For several years now I have been objecting to the attitude you may have your policy, but I have my counter policy. There shouldn't be any counter policies. If the Central Committee and the State Council have no authority, the situation will get out of control. I think that while we are carrying out the reform, we have to improve the economic environment and rectify the economic order. We have to create a favorable environment so that the reform will go smoothly. Once the central leadership has decided on a measure, all local governments and departments must apply it, not only promptly but effectively. Otherwise, we shall not be able to improve the economic environment. Right now things don't seem in good order. There are all kinds of problems, such as inflation and price rises, so some adjustments have to be made. Nevertheless, in our effort to stem inflation and keep prices down, we must on no account jeopardize the policies of reform and opening up or cause the economy to contract. We have to maintain a proper rate of growth. We are confident that we can solve the problems that have arisen. No doubt, some minor mistakes are inevitable, but if we don't make major ones, I think everything will be all right. The coastal areas, which comprise a vast region with a population of 200 million, should accelerate their opening to the outside world, and we should help them develop rapidly. First, afterwards they can promote the development of the interior. The development of the coastal areas is of overriding importance, and the interior provinces should subordinate themselves to it. When the coastal areas have developed to a certain extent, they will be required to give still more help to the interior. Then, the development of the interior provinces will be of overriding importance, and the coastal areas will in turn have to subordinate themselves to it. If the Central Committee and the State Council have no authority, none of this could be done. Each region would act only in its own interest without any coordination, counteracting the efforts of the others. Who can coordinate their efforts? Only the central leadership, by which I mean the Central Committee and the State Council. We must make it a principle that reform is to be carried out under unified central leadership. By reform I mean not just reform of prices but comprehensive reform in all other areas too. Only through the latter can we create the conditions for the former. Of course, to rectify the economic order, we must straighten out the price system. Without a rational price system, there will be no possibility of truly successful economic reform. Over the next few years we are going to establish a preliminary price system so that we can compete in the world market. The central leadership can exercise macro control only if its instructions are carried out. We have been advancing on the right path these last years, now it's time to review our experience. If we had not delegated power to lower levels, how could we have reached the present level of economic development? It is under new conditions that we are raising the questions of the authority of the central leadership, macro control, and the deepening of reform in all areas. When we were managing the economy in the past, the country was poor. Now things are different. We exercise macro control in order to enable the people to live a relatively comfortable life. We should no longer apply the methods that were used in the difficult times of the past. Now the central leadership issues orders and exercises its authority only on the major question, the question of basic direction. Excerpt from remarks made after hearing a report on a proposed program for the reform of prices and wages. China must take its place in the field of high technology. October 24, 1988. Some countries are drawing up plans for the development of high technology. China has done so too. The next century will see rapid development. As for the electron-positron collider, first I want to tell you a story. A European friend, who is a scientist, once asked me why we were undertaking this project when our economy was still underdeveloped. I answered that we had our eyes on long-term development, not just immediate needs. It has always been, and will always be, necessary for China to develop its own high technology so that it can take its place in this field. If it were not for the atomic bomb, the hydrogen bomb, and the satellites we have launched since the 1960s, China would not have its present international standing as a great, influential country. These achievements demonstrate a nation's abilities and are a sign of its level of prosperity and development. The world is developing, in particular, high technology is advancing at a tremendous pace. China must not be content to remain backward. It should participate in the development of high technology from the very beginning. That is the purpose of this project. As for other major projects, although China is poor, it has no choice but to undertake them. Because if we don't, the gap between China and other countries will grow wider. We are backward in some respects but not in all. This project itself is proof of that. It is true that with the help of Tsungdao Li and other international friends, we were able to avoid detours. But this project was not merely copied from a foreign country. Some of the equipment and technologies involved in it were developed by Chinese engineers. In short, we must waste no time in launching high technology projects like this one, and we must carry them through to completion. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to keep up with advances in the rest of the world. Remarks made while inspecting the electron-positron collider in Beijing. A new international order should be established with the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence as norms. December 21, 1988. Under the present favorable and peaceful international circumstances, China and India have a common responsibility to mankind to develop. Why so? Because together our two countries have a population of 1.8 billion, or more than 1/3 of the world's total. There are two major issues in the world today, one is peace and the other is development. There is hope of peace, but the problem of development has not yet been solved. People are saying that the North-South question is very serious. I think it is only a question of development. In talking with foreign friends, I have said on many occasions that we should look at this problem in terms of the development of mankind as a whole. As things stand, only 1/4 of the present world population lives in developed countries, while the other 3/4 are in the developing or so-called underdeveloped countries. Although the international community has talked for years about the need to settle the North-South question, the gap between countries in the two hemispheres is not narrowing but constantly widening. Most of the 3/4 of the world population live in China and India. In recent years people have been saying that the next century will be the century of Asia and the Pacific, as if that were sure to be the case. I disagree with this view. If we exclude the United States, the only countries in the Asia-Pacific region that are relatively developed are Japan, the Four Little Dragons, Australia, and New Zealand, with a total population of at most 200 million. Even if we include in the region the far eastern part of the Soviet Union and the west of the United States and Canada, the population is still only about 300 million. But the population of China and India adds up to 1.8 billion. Unless those two countries are developed, there will be no Asian century. No genuine Asia-Pacific century or Asian century can come until China, India, and other neighboring countries are developed. By the same token, there could be no Latin American century without a developed Brazil. We should therefore regard the problem of development as one that concerns all mankind and study and solve it on that level only. Thus will we recognize that it is the responsibility not just of the developing countries but also of the developed countries. History has shown that it is precisely the richer countries that are the less generous. In the final analysis, we have to depend on ourselves to develop and lift ourselves out of poverty. However, while relying on our own efforts, we should not close our doors but seek friends everywhere. China welcomes cooperation with developed countries, and we should also be happy to see cooperation between developing countries. This last is very important. In particular, the developing countries with large populations should have good policies in this respect. China is now carrying out the policies of reform and opening to the outside world and will strive to become developed in 50 to 70 years. If China and India are developed, we can say that we have made our contributions to mankind. It is precisely for this great goal that the Chinese government has suggested that all developing countries should improve relations and increase cooperation with each other. China and India in particular should do so. That is the view of our government. The general world situation is changing, and every country is thinking about appropriate new policies to establish a new international order. Hegemonism, bloc politics, and treaty organizations no longer work. Then what principle should we apply to guide the new international relations? I have talked about this matter recently with some foreign leaders and friends. Two things have to be done at the same time. One is to establish a new international political order, the other is to establish a new international economic order. With regard to the latter, I spent a long time on the subject when I spoke at the United Nations General Assembly in 1974. We have been talking about it all along, and we shall go on talking about it. As for a new international political order, I think the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, initiated by China and India, can withstand all tests. These principles, established by Premier Zhou Enlai and Prime Minister Nehru, are very clear and simple. We should take them as norms for international relations. If we want to recommend these principles as a guide to the international community, first of all, we should follow them in our relations with each other and with our other neighbors. So far as we ourselves are concerned, our two countries should make some readjustments in relations with our neighbors. I am suggesting we do this, please consider it, Your Excellency. It would be an extraordinary thing, which many people would disapprove of. But if we act wisely and adopt a bold strategy, we can surely accomplish it. First of all, let us see to it that the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence are reflected in the press communiqué about the visit of Your Excellency. The world is changing, so people's minds have to change with it. Because of mistakes made in the past, especially during the Cultural Revolution, we have wasted about 20 years when we could have been building our country. After the downfall of the Gang of Four, everything has been changing here in China too. For example, we have changed from taking class struggle as the central task to concentrating on modernization. We have changed from stagnation and a closed-door policy to reform and a policy of opening to the outside world, and we are carrying out all sorts of reforms. I think your country will also encounter this problem of change. Development means change. Without change, there can be no development. Excerpt from a talk with Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi of India. The overriding need is for stability. February 26, 1989. In China, the overriding need is for stability. Without a stable environment, we can accomplish nothing and may even lose what we have gained. China must adhere to the policies of reform and opening to the outside world. There lies our hope of solving our problems. But it is impossible to carry out reform without a stable political environment. The Chinese people, on the whole, support the policy of reform, and the overwhelming majority of students favor stability, because they know that without it reform and opening to the outside would be out of the question. We have correctly evaluated historical events since the founding of the People's Republic, and in particular the mistakes of the Cultural Revolution. We have also evaluated Comrade Mao Zedong's place in history, and Mao Zedong thought we must not be too critical of the mistakes Mao made in his later years. To negate the contributions of such a great historical figure would mean to deny all our achievements during an important period of the country's history. That would lead to ideological confusion and political instability. China is now in a period when it must concentrate on economic development. If we seek the forms of democracy, we won't achieve the substance, and we won't develop the economy either, but will only throw the country into turmoil and undermine the people's unity. We have had profound experience of this, because we went through the Cultural Revolution and witnessed the disasters it brought upon the country. China has a huge population. If some people demonstrated today and others tomorrow, there would be a demonstration 365 days a year. In that case, we would have no time to develop our economy. We shall develop socialist democracy, but it would be no good for us to act in haste. And it would be even worse for us to adopt Western-style democracy. If we conducted multi-party elections among 1 billion people, the country would be thrown into the chaos of an all-out civil war as during the Cultural Revolution. Civil war does not necessarily require rifles and artillery. People can wage fierce battles just with fist and clubs. Democracy is our goal, but we must keep the country stable. Excerpt from a talk with President George Bush of the United States. China will tolerate no disturbances. March 4, 1989. The key to our success in modernization, the reform, and the opening to the outside is stability. I have told President Bush that in China the overriding need is for stability. We must counter any forces that threaten stability, not yielding to them or even making any concessions. We should not be concerned about what foreigners say. Let them say what they please. They'll only abuse us for being unenlightened. We have been berated for so many years. But have we been toppled by their criticisms? Anyway, the affairs of Chinese should be handled by the Chinese themselves. China cannot afford any disorder. We should explain that plainly and repeatedly. If we don't, we shall appear to be in the wrong. We have to send out a signal that China will tolerate no disturbances. When we size up the situation, we should bear in mind that the workers, peasants and intellectuals and the great majority of students support the reform. Tell our comrades to keep calm when problems arise. Taiwan's concentrated attack on the four cardinal principles shows precisely that we cannot discard them. Without them, China would be in turmoil. Of course, we should be careful about the means we use to control the situation. In particular, we should lose no time in drawing up laws and statutes, including ones to regulate assembly, association, demonstration, and the press and publishing. Anything that violates the law must be suppressed. China cannot allow people to demonstrate whenever they please, because if there were a demonstration 365 days a year, nothing could be accomplished, and no foreign investment would come into the country. Tightening our control in this area will not deter foreign businessmen from investing in China, on the contrary, it will reassure them. We should make it clear at home and abroad that the purpose of tightening control is to maintain stability and to facilitate the reform, the opening to the outside and the drive for modernization. Over the last 10 years our greatest mistake has been our failure in education. We haven't paid enough attention to the political and ideological education of young people and to the expansion of education. Intellectuals have not been given enough pay and other benefits. We have to solve these problems. Excerpt from a talk with leading members of the CPC Central Committee. Maintain the tradition of hard struggle. March 23, 1989. China was closed for a long time, which handicapped its economic development. Not until the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, held at the end of 1978, did we solve this problem. During the 10 years from that time to last December, our country scored gratifying achievements. Progress was made both in developing the economy and in raising living standards. Although we made new mistakes, our achievements were dominant. This is our basic assessment. We quadrupled the GNP. That was no small achievement. It can be attributed to our perseverance in socialist modernization, reform, and the open policy. We have been following correct lines, principles and policies. However, although we haven't made any major mistakes, we have made many minor ones, because we have no experience. Without experience, we couldn't help blundering, and shall no doubt blunder again. The current problem is inflation. Prices have gone up very rapidly, making things difficult for the country and the people. We are aware of this problem and are prepared to spend 2 years or more solving it. One thing we have learned is that when development is going smoothly, we have to foresee new problems and keep to an appropriate pace. If the economy overheats, it may well cause trouble. In short, in formulating a policy, we have to proceed from realities. If we take the realities into account, we shall not make major mistakes. Once we discover a mistake, we should not conceal or ignore it but correct it immediately, to create better conditions for economic development. I think the situation in China is promising, because inflation is more serious in many other countries. So long as the people of the whole country achieve unity of thinking, inflation will not be difficult to overcome. We are confident that we can quadruple the GNP by the end of this century. Since our victory in the revolution, we have pursued a policy of opposing hegemonism, preserving world peace and supporting the struggles of all oppressed nations for independence and liberation. These tasks are not finished and may continue for at least 100 years. It is no easy thing to oppose hegemonism. In 1949 Chairman Mao Zedong declared that the Chinese people had stood up. China has achieved status, people dare not look down upon us. Hegemonists and imperialists always bully the developing countries, including African countries, by interfering in their efforts to shake off control, develop their economies and obtain political independence. They do the same to China. The parliament of a certain power adopts one resolution interfering in our internal affairs today and another tomorrow. But China is a vast country with 1 billion people who have stood up. We are not terrified by these interferences, we can either ignore them or lodge protests. Since the Taiwan issue remains unsolved, we still confront the task of reunifying the country. If a big developing country like China still has to safeguard its sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity, it is obvious that the other developing countries of the Third World will have a hard time maintaining their sovereignty and independence. They should therefore unite to struggle together. We are closely following Africa's development and progress towards prosperity. We are pleased to see that many African countries have become independent since the Second World War, creating the best conditions for development. After years of struggle, the international situation is becoming more relaxed, and a world war can be avoided. The African countries should take advantage of this favorable peaceful environment to develop. They should work out strategies and policies for development in accordance with actual conditions in each country, and they should unite so that all their people will work together to promote economic development. I agree that you do not institute socialism immediately after a successful revolution. I have told quite a few African friends that they should not be hasty about establishing socialism. They should not pursue a closed policy either, because that is not the way to develop. You are right in this respect. In a word, we should not close our doors. The biggest lesson we have learned is that we should not isolate ourselves from the rest of the world, lest we become ill-informed. While we were fast asleep, the worldwide technological revolution would be forging ahead. Over the last 10 years China has been developing steadily. Our biggest mistake has been in the area of education. Political and ideological work has been weakened, and we have not done enough to expand education. After sober consideration, we have realized that mistake is more serious than inflation and other problems. The most important lesson is that at a time when the economy was expanding and the standard of living rising, we failed to tell our people, including the Communist Party members, that they should still maintain the tradition of hard struggle. That is the only way to resist corruption. We must therefore strengthen political and ideological work among our people and encourage them to struggle hard. That is what we have learned from decades of development. We are not rich and cannot offer you much financial help, but we can share our experience with our friends. That too is a kind of help. Excerpt from a talk with President Yoweri Museveni of the Republic of Uganda. Let US put the past behind US and open up a new era. May 16, 1989. The Chinese people sincerely hope that Sino-Soviet relations will improve. I suggest that we take this opportunity to declare that henceforth our relations will return to normal. For many years there has been a question of how to understand Marxism and socialism. From the first Moscow talks in 1957 among delegations from the Soviet Union, China, and Hungary through the first half of the 1960s, bitter disputes went on between our two parties. I was one of the persons involved and played no small role in those disputes. Now, looking back on more than 20 years of practice, we can see that there was a lot of empty talk on both sides. Nobody was clear about exactly what changes had taken place. over the century since Marx's death, or about how to understand and develop Marxism in light of those changes. We cannot expect Marx to provide ready answers to questions that arise 100 or several hundred years after his death, nor can we ask Lenin to give answers to questions that arise 50 or 100 years after his death. A true Marxist Leninist must understand, carry on and develop Marxism-Leninism in light of the current situation. The world changes every day, and modern science and technology in particular develop rapidly. A year today is the equivalent of several decades, a century, or even a longer period in ancient times. Anyone who fails to carry Marxism forward with new thinking and a new viewpoint is not a true Marxist. Lenin was a true and great Marxist because it was not books that enabled him to find the revolutionary road and to accomplish the October Socialist Revolution in backward Russia, but realities, logic, philosophical thinking, and communist ideals. It was not by reading the works of Marx and Lenin that the great Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong learned how to accomplish the new democratic revolution in backward China. Could Marx predict that the October Revolution would take place in backward Russia? Could Lenin foresee that the Chinese revolutionaries would win by encircling the cities from the countryside? Then, the question was how to make revolution. But the same is true when the question is how to build up a country. After a successful revolution, each country must build socialism according to its own conditions. There are not and cannot be fixed models. Sticking to conventions can only lead to backwardness or even failure. The purpose of our meeting is to put the past behind us and open up a new era. By putting the past behind us, I mean ceasing to talk about it and focusing on the future. However, I am afraid it is no good for us just to keep silent about the past. We have to make our views clear. I should like to tell you what the Chinese people and the Chinese party think about the past. You don't have to respond to these views or debate them. Let each of us talk about our own. That will help us advance on a more solid basis. I shall only mention two things in brief. First, how China suffered from the oppression of the big powers before liberation. Second, where, as the Chinese see it, the threats have come from in recent decades, specifically, during the last 30 years. About the first question. Starting from the Opium War, because of the corruption of the Qing dynasty, China was subjected to aggression and enslavement by foreign powers, and reduced to a semi-colonial, semi-feudal status. Altogether, about a dozen powers bullied China, chief among them being Britain. And before Britain, Portugal had compelled China to lease its territory of Macau. The countries that took greatest advantage of China were Japan and Tsarist Russia, and at certain times and concerning certain questions, the Soviet Union. At various times Japan occupied many parts of our country. For 50 years it occupied Taiwan. It carved spheres of influence out of China. In the north in particular, there were Japanese concessions in many big cities. In 1931 Japan started a war of aggression against China, and in 1932 it set up the Manchukuo regime in the northeast. In 1937 it launched a full-scale war that lasted for 8 years. Thanks to China's resistance, to the joint struggle waged by the anti-fascist allies and to the dispatch of Soviet troops to the northeast, in the end Japan was totally defeated. Japan had inflicted untold damage upon China. Tens of millions of Chinese had died in the war, not to mention other losses. If we were to settle historical accounts, it would be Japan that would owe China the most. Since Japan was defeated, China recovered all the places that had been occupied. The only outstanding issue is Senkaku Shoto Diaoyu Island, a small and uninhabited island. When I visited Japan, Reporters asked me about it. I replied that the problem could be shelved and that if our generation could not solve it, the next generation would be wiser and would eventually find a way to do so. To settle similar disputes, we proposed later that such places be exploited jointly. The other country that took greatest advantage of China was Tsarist Russia and later the Soviet Union. Through unequal treaties, Russia seized more than 1.5 million square kilometers of Chinese territory. China was also encroached upon after the October Revolution. For instance, in 1929 the Soviet Union seized the High Zhazhe Islands. When victory in the Second World War was in sight, the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union signed in Yalta a secret agreement, dividing up spheres of influence among them, greatly to the detriment of China's interests. That was the period under Stalin. At that time, the Kuomintang government signed a pact with the Soviet Union recognizing the arrangements of the Yalta Agreement. After the People's Republic of China was founded, it signed a new treaty with the Soviet Union. It established diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of Mongolia and reached an agreement on the boundaries between the two countries. Later, China held negotiations on borders with the Soviet Union, asking the Soviet Union to recognize the historical fact that the treaties between Tsarist Russia and the Qing dynasty rulers were unequal and had permitted Russia to encroach upon Chinese territory. Nevertheless, since more than 1.5 million square kilometers were seized under the treaties, and in view of past and present realities, we are still willing to settle border disputes on the basis of those treaties. That was the first question. Spelling out our views may help solve problems left over by history and clarify what I mean by opening up a new era. So it was worth mentioning. Now about the second question. Where have the threats come from in recent decades? Shortly after the end of the Second World War, the Chinese Revolution triumphed, and the People's Republic was founded. China did not invade other countries and posed no threat to them, but other countries threatened China. Our country was poor and weak but independent. Where did the major threats come from? As soon as it was founded, the PRC was confronted with this question. At that time, the threat came from the United States. Glaring examples were the Korean War and then the Vietnam War. In the first, China sent volunteers to fight the United States. The Soviet Union supplied us with arms, but asked us to pay for them, albeit at half price. In the following years Sino-Soviet relations deteriorated, and China was beset with economic difficulties. But no matter how serious our difficulties were, we were determined to pay that bill, and we paid it 2 years ahead of time. In the 1960s the Soviet Union strengthened its military presence all along the borders between China and the Soviet Union and Mongolia. The number of missiles was increased to 1/3 of the Soviet Union's total, and troops were increased to 1 million, including those sent to Mongolia. Where was the threat coming from? Naturally, China drew its conclusions. In 1963 I led a delegation to Moscow. The negotiations broke down. I should say that starting from the mid-1960s, our relations deteriorated to the point where they were practically broken off. I don't mean it was because of the ideological disputes. We no longer think that everything we said at that time was right. The basic problem was that the Chinese were not treated as equals and felt humiliated. However, we have never forgotten that in the period of our first 5-year plan the Soviet Union helped us lay an industrial foundation. If I have talked about these questions at length, it is in order to put the past behind us. We want the Soviet comrades to understand our view of the past and to know what was on our minds then. Now that we have reviewed the history, we should forget about it. That is one thing that has already been achieved by our meeting. Now that I have said what I had to say, that's the end of it. The past is past. More contacts are being made between our two countries. After bilateral relations are normalized, our exchanges will increase in depth and scope. I have an important suggestion to make in this regard: we should do more practical things and indulge in less empty talk. There is only one thing I shall have left undone in my lifetime: the resolution of the Taiwan question. I'm afraid I shall not live to see it. In foreign affairs, I have participated in accomplishing the following: we have readjusted our relations with Japan, the United States and the Soviet Union, and we have decided to recover Hong Kong and have reached an agreement with Britain in that regard. In domestic affairs, I have participated in defining the party's basic line, deciding to concentrate on modernization, adopting the policies of reform and opening China to the rest of the world, and upholding the four cardinal principles. What I have not accomplished is to abolish the system of life tenure in office. That is an important problem concerning the system of leadership. Excerpt from a talk with Mikhail Gorbachev, President of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR and General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. We must form a promising collective leadership that will carry out reform. May 31, 1989. The policies of reform and opening to the outside world should remain unchanged for dozens of years, and we have to keep driving this point home. People both in China and abroad are concerned about this question. We should continue to implement the lines, principles and policies that have been formulated since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, without even altering their wording. The political report to the 13th National Party Congress was approved by the Congress, and not a single word of it can be changed. I have consulted comrades Li Xiannian and Chen Yun on this matter, and they agree with me. After the disturbances are put down, we shall have to make a few things clear to the people. There are two things in particular we have to do for this purpose. First, we should change the leadership. The new central leading bodies should take on an entirely new look, so that people will feel that there is a promising new lineup of leaders who will carry out reform. This is the most important thing to do. You have to appear before the people. The people will judge you on the basis of the impression you make. If they feel that the leadership is hidebound, conservative, or mediocre, and that it does not represent the future of China, there will be many more disturbances and never any peace. The current disturbances are not over. The students have not yet returned to classes. And even after they do, they may well turn out in the streets again. One thing is certain: the workers, peasants, intellectuals, and students all hope for reform. This time there are all kinds of slogans but none voicing opposition to reform. However, the reform advocated by certain people should be renamed liberalization, that is, going capitalist. The essence of their reform is to go capitalist. The reform we are carrying out is different from theirs. There will be more debate on this subject. In short, in deciding on members of the new leading bodies, the most important consideration is that they should be perceived as reformers. This is not 99% important, but 100% important. We have to recognize this. Second, we should accomplish some practical things to prove that we are fighting corruption genuinely, not hypocritically. Actually, we have been determined to fight it all along. I too am outraged by corruption. Over the last few years I have always stressed the importance of combating it. You have heard my remarks on the subject time and again. and I often try to find out whether there is any violation of law or discipline in my own family. We can always uncover major cases of corruption if we want to. The problem is that we are usually hesitant about handling such cases. So we end up losing the support of the people, who come to believe that we are protecting the wrongdoers. We must pass this test and keep our promise. If we really want to win the trust of the people, we have to call a spade and deal with cases as they should be dealt with. We should take up 10 or 20 cases of corruption, graft, or bribery at the provincial or national level. We must uncover such cases speedily, make them known to the public and handle them according to law. Penalties should be imposed on all guilty parties, no matter who they are. A good leading group, a group that carries out the policies of reform and opening to the outside world, will achieve visible successes. Whenever an opportunity arises, they will not let it go but seize it to advance the reform and to open the country wider. I have said we should build more Hong Kongs. That means that we should open to the outside world, instead of closing our doors open wider than before. If we don't, it will be impossible to develop the country. We have only a small amount of capital, but with our doors open we can create more jobs, levy taxes, and earn some money by leasing land, all of which will promote economic development and increase our revenue. For example, Hong Kong is of benefit to us. Without Hong Kong, we would not be well informed, to say the least. In short, we should be more daring in the reform and opening to the outside world. Today you have been invited to come here and think over whether you agree with the following views. The first thing we have to do to reassure the people and win their trust is to form a central group of leaders who have the image of promoters of reform and the open policy. The second thing is to achieve some visible results. We must punish corruption, and at the same time we must make it clear that we are resolved not to change the current policies but, on the contrary, to deepen the reform and open still wider to the outside world. We must convince the people through our actions, that's the only way to calm them down. Otherwise, some people will take to the streets today and others will follow suit tomorrow. If we don't give deeper thought to this matter, we won't have even a month's peace. We have to recognize that it is of overall importance. Our comrades on the Political Bureau, on the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau, and in the Secretariat are all in charge of important affairs. In approaching any problem, they should therefore keep their eyes on long-term interests and the situation as a whole. Minor matters should be subordinated to major ones. This is of prime importance. Everybody has shortcomings. All of us present here have shortcomings, and other people have theirs too. Everybody has his weaknesses. Naturally there are differences. Some people have major shortcomings, others have minor ones, some have more, others fewer. There is nobody who has no shortcomings. No doubt the members of our leading group have had only limited experience in politics and struggle. That's true. The first stable and mature collective of leaders of the CPC was formed by Mao Zedong, Liu Shaoqi, Zhou Enlai and Zhu De. All previous ones had been unstable and immature. From Chen Duxiu to the Zunyi meeting, not a single leading group was truly mature. For one period of time, a worker was dragged into the post of General Secretary because, it was argued, it was necessary to stress the leadership of the working class. In the history of the party, Mao, Liu, Zhou, and Zhu formed the first generation of truly mature leadership. During the early period of their tenure of office, that generation of leaders was good, but during the later period the Cultural Revolution caused a catastrophe. Hua Qiaobang was merely an interim leader and cannot be counted as representing a generation. He had no ideas of his own but the two whatevers. We are of the second generation, now being replaced by the third. We should establish a new third generation of leaders worthy of the name. These leaders should win the trust of the people and the party members. People don't necessarily have to be pleased with each and every member of the leading group, but they have to be pleased with the group as a collective. They may have complaints of one sort or another about each member of the leading group, but if they are pleased with the group as a collective, that will be all right. For the second generation of leaders, I can be considered as the group leader, but the group is still a collective. By and large, the people are pleased with our collective, because we have carried out the policies of reform and opening to the outside world, put forward the line of concentrating on modernization and brought about tangible results. The third generation of leaders must likewise win the trust of the people and bring about tangible results. We must never close our doors. China can never go back to the days of isolationism. Isolationism brought about disasters like the Cultural Revolution. Under those circumstances it was impossible to develop the economy, improve the people's lives or increase the strength of the country. The world today is progressing by leaps and bounds. Changes are taking place from one day to the next, especially in the realm of science and technology. It will be difficult for us to catch up. The third generation of leaders of the Central Committee should win the trust of the people, so that they will rally around it. We should unswervingly combat bourgeois liberalization and adhere to the four cardinal principles. On this point I have never made any concessions. Can China reject the four cardinal principles? Can we refrain from exercising the people's democratic dictatorship? It is a matter of fundamental importance. Whether we uphold the people's democratic dictatorship, Marxism, socialism and leadership by the Communist Party. The new leading bodies we are about to form should be far-sighted and broad-minded. This is the most fundamental requirement to be met by our third generation of leaders. Our first generation of leaders were broad-minded during their early period in office, and, on the whole, the second generation has been so too. The same requirement should be met by leaders of the third and subsequent generations. Candidates for members of the new political bureau, the secretariat, and especially the new standing committee of the political bureau should be selected on the basis of their position on reform and opening to the outside world. The members of the new leading bodies should constantly take action to prove that they are truly carrying out the policies of reform and opening up that have been formulated since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. Thus the people will have confidence in them. When it comes to promoting people, you must abandon all your personal prejudices and try to find those who the people believe will keep to the line of reform. When selecting the right person for the right job, you should forget about settling old scores and choose from among people who were once against you. For a long time Chairman Mao dared to make use of people who had once opposed him. When considering candidates, you should be more broad-minded. This too is a kind of reform, an ideological reform, an emancipation of the mind. I sincerely hope that when you select people for jobs, you will pay attention to public opinion and not let yourselves be swayed by your own sentiments. You should deal with this matter in a statesmanlike way. You should choose precisely those who, as acknowledged by the people, keep to the policies of reform and opening to the outside world and who have achieved something in this connection. You should not hesitate to include them in the new leading bodies, so as to convince the people that you are sincere in carrying out those policies. Everyone has shortcomings. They can continue to remedy their shortcomings after they have been admitted to the leading bodies. First, we should use reformers who are recognized as such by the public, and second, the new leading bodies should take action to promote reform and opening up so as to reassure the people. A good image can be established in 3 to 6 months. The students are only demanding that we continue the reform, and that is precisely what we are doing. So we and the students are marching in step, and the misunderstanding will disappear of itself. But it cannot be removed by writing articles and holding debates. One of the causes for the recent turmoil is the growth of corruption, which has made some people lose confidence in the party and the government. Therefore, we should first of all rectify our own mistakes and show understanding for some of the actions taken by the masses. We should deal with such actions in an appropriate way, without involving too many people. A member of the top leadership should no longer be content to be his old self with his old outlook, because he has undertaken different responsibilities. He should work to make changes in himself, including changes in his style of work. It is not easy to lead a country like ours. A leader's responsibilities are different. The most important thing is to be broad-minded. And when you examine a question, you have to bear in mind the overall interests, keeping in view the world, the future, the present and all other factors. Another problem is that small factions or cliques must never be allowed to take shape in the party. Strictly speaking, no factions of any sort have ever taken shape in our party. While in Jiangxi in the 1930s, I was regarded as a member of the Mao faction, but it was not true. There simply was no Mao faction. It is of key importance to be tolerant of all kinds of people and unite with them. As for myself, I am not a perfect man who makes no mistakes. I have made many. But I have a clear conscience, partly because I have never tried to form a clique. When I was transferred to a new post, I used to go there alone, without taking even my orderly. A clique is a terrible thing that leads to many failures and mistakes. I have tried to make this point clear today because you have to work in the front lines, bearing the brunt of all difficulties. Once the new leading group has established its prestige, I am resolved to withdraw and not interfere in your affairs. I hope all the members will unite closely around Comrade Jiang Zemin. So long as the collective leadership is united and adheres to the policies of reform and opening to the outside world, fundamental changes will take place in China. Even if our country develops only at a measured pace for dozens of years, the core leader will play the key role. I should like you to convey my words to every comrade who will be working in the new leading bodies. This can be considered my political testament. Excerpt from a talk with 2 leading members of the CPC Central Committee. Addressed to officers at the rank of general and above, in command of the troops enforcing martial law in Beijing. June 9, 1989. Comrades, you have been having a hard time. First of all, I should like to express my deep grief over the officers and men of the People's Liberation Army, the People's Armed Police Force and the Public Security Police who have died heroically in this struggle. I also want to express my sincere solicitude for the thousands of PLA, PAPF, and PSP officers and men who have been wounded. I extend my cordial greetings to all your officers and men who have taken part in the struggle. Let us stand in silent tribute to the martyrs. On this occasion I should like to say a few words. This disturbance would have occurred sooner or later. It was determined by both the international environment and the domestic environment. It was bound to occur, whether one wished it or not. The only question was the time and the scale. That it has occurred now is to our advantage, especially because we have a large number of veteran comrades who are still in good health. They have experienced many disturbances and understand the possible consequences of different ways of dealing with them. They support the resolute action taken against the rebellion. Some comrades do not understand that action for the time being, but they will come to understand it and support the decision of the central authorities. The April 26 editorial in People's Daily described the disturbance as turmoil. The word turmoil is quite appropriate. It is this word that some people object to and are trying to change. But facts show that the assessment is accurate. It was also inevitable that the turmoil should grow into a counter-revolutionary rebellion. We have a number of veteran comrades, including some in the army, who are still in good health, and a number of other leading cadres who joined the revolutionary ranks in different periods. It has therefore been relatively easy to cope with the incident that has broken out. The major difficulty in handling it has been that we have never encountered a situation in which a handful of bad people were mingled with so many young students and crowds of onlookers. Since for the moment we were not able to distinguish between innocent and guilty, we could scarcely take the actions that should have been taken. Without the support of so many veteran party comrades, it would have been hard even to determine the nature of the incident. Some comrades did not understand its nature and thought that we were only dealing with the masses. In fact, we were dealing not only with people who merely could not distinguish between right and wrong, but also with a number of rebels and many persons who were the dregs of society. They tried to subvert our state and our party. This is the crux of the matter. If we don't understand this fundamental question, we shall not be clear about the nature of the incident. I believe that if we work at it, we can win the support of the overwhelming majority of party comrades for our assessment of the nature of the incident and for the measures we have taken to cope with it. The nature of the incident should have been obvious from the very beginning. The handful of bad people had two basic slogans: overthrow the Communist Party and demolish the socialist system. Their goal was to establish a bourgeois republic, an out vassal of the West. Naturally, we accepted the people's demand for a fight against corruption. We even had to accept as well-intentioned the so-called anti-corruption slogans of the bad individuals. Of course, these slogans were simply pretexts. And their ultimate aim was to overthrow the Communist Party and demolish the socialist system. Why is it that in the course of putting down the rebellion so many of our comrades laid down their lives or were wounded or robbed of their arms? This too was also because good people and bad were mixed together, so that we could not take the resolute measures we should have taken. Handling this incident was a very rigorous political test for our army. Facts have shown that the PLA men passed the test. If our tanks had pressed forward through the crowd, it would have made it impossible for the entire nation to distinguish between right and wrong. I therefore want to express our thanks to the PLA officers and men for their handling of the rebellion. The losses were grievous, but they helped win the people's sympathy and support and enabled those who had confused right and wrong to change their point of view. From those losses everyone could tell what the PLA men were like, whether they turned Tiananmen into a sea of blood and who it was that shed blood. Once these questions had been clarified, we were able to gain the initiative. It is a grievous thing that many comrades laid down their lives, but if people analyze the course of the incident objectively, they will have to admit that the PLA is the people's own army. This loss of life will also help the people understand the methods we used in the struggle. From now on, whenever the PLA takes measures to cope with a problem it encounters, it will be able to win the people's support. By the way, the men should not allow their weapons to be seized again. In short, this was a test and you passed it. There are not many veteran comrades in the army, and most of the soldiers are only 18 or 20, but they are still true men of the people's army. When their lives were in danger, they stood firm, not forgetting the people, the party's teachings or the interests of the country. They went to their death unflinchingly, worthy of the title of heroes. By passing the test, I mean that the army remained an army of the people. The army passed the test in respect to its nature as a people's army. It retains the traditions of our former Red Army. It was by no means easy to pass this genuine political test, a test of life and death. This shows that the people's army is truly a great wall of steel guarding the party and the country. It shows that no matter how great the losses it suffers, and no matter how one generation of leaders is replaced by another, our army will always be an army led by the party, the defender of the country, the guardian of socialism, the protector of the people's interests, and the most beloved men. At the same time, we should never forget how ruthless our enemies are. We should not grant them the least forgiveness. The outbreak of this incident has given us much food for thought, impelling us to reflect soberly on the past and the future. Perhaps this bad thing will enable us to progress more steadily and even faster than before in carrying out the policies of reform and opening to the outside world, to correct our errors more quickly and give better play to our advantages. Today I can't elaborate on a wide range of topics, but I should like to put forward some questions to be discussed. The first question is whether the line, principles, and policies formulated at the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, and our three-stage development strategy are correct. Has their correctness been placed in doubt because of the turmoil? Is our goal a left one? Will it remain our goal in future? Clear-cut, positive replies must be given to these important questions. Our first goal of doubling the gross national product has been achieved. Our second goal of doubling the GNP again is to be achieved in 12 years. In another 50 years, we are to reach the level of the moderately developed countries. That is our strategic goal. In this connection, I believe our judgment of our capabilities is not a left one, and the goal we have set is not overambitious. Therefore, as the reply to the first question, we should say that the strategic goal we have set cannot be described as unattainable, at least not now. It will be something wonderful for a country with a population of 1.5 billion to reach the level of a moderately developed country in 61 years. We should be able to attain that goal. We should not say that we have set a wrong strategic goal merely because of the recent incident. The second question is whether the one central task, two basic points proposition set forth at the party's 13th National Congress is correct. In particular, are the two basic points, namely, keeping to the four cardinal principles and carrying out the policies of reform and opening to the outside world, wrong or not? I have been pondering over this question recently. I think they are not wrong. It is not wrong to keep to the four cardinal principles. If we have made a mistake, it is that we have not kept to them consistently enough and inculcated them as basic ideas in the people, the students, and all cadres and party members. The recent incident was in the nature of a conflict between bourgeois liberalization and adherence to the four cardinal principles. True, we have talked about keeping to those principles, conducting ideological and political work and combating bourgeois liberalization and mental pollution. But we have not talked about those things consistently, and there has been no action or even any mention of the need for action. The mistake was not in the principles themselves, but in the failure to keep to them consistently enough and to do a good job in education and in ideological and political work. In my speech at the People's Political Consultative Conference on New Year's Day, 1980, I explained the need to do 4 things, including to maintain the pioneering spirit of hard struggle. We have a tradition of hard struggle. During the next 60 or 70 years we must make a point of educating people about the need for hard work and plain living. The more developed our country is, the more we need the pioneering spirit of hard struggle. Encouraging such a spirit will also help to overcome corruption. After the founding of the People's Republic, we always stressed the need to build the country in that spirit. Later, when things were slightly better, we encouraged a high level of consumption, which resulted in the spread of extravagance and waste in every field. It was because of this, because of our poor performance in ideological and political work, and because of the incomplete legal system, that violations of the law and discipline, corrupt practices, etc., all came about. I have told foreign guests that during the last 10 years our biggest mistake was made in the field of education, primarily in ideological and political education, not just of students but of the people in general. We didn't tell them enough about the need for hard struggle, about what China was like in the old days and what kind of a country it was to become. That was a serious error on our part. What about the other basic point, keeping to the policies of reform and opening to the outside world? Is that wrong or not? It is not wrong. How could we have achieved the success we have today without the reform and the open policy? During the last 10 years, living standards have been raised considerably, or in other words, our economy has been raised to a new stage. Although there have been inflation and other problems, we must not underestimate our achievements in the past decade. Naturally, in the process of carrying out these policies, many bad influences from the West are making themselves felt in China. We have never underestimated this trend. In the early 1980s, when the special economic zones were established, I told comrades in Guangdong that we should do 2 types of work at the same time, carrying out the policies of reform and opening on the one hand and cracking down on economic crime on the other, including ideological and political work. This conforms to the doctrine that everything has 2 aspects. But, looking back over the years, we can see obvious deficiencies in what we did. We failed to attach equal importance to both types of work, and there was no proper coordination between them. I have made this point clear in the hope that it will be helpful in formulating our principles and policies in future. In addition, we must continue to combine economic planning with regulation by market forces. This should never be changed. In our practical work during the period of readjustment we have more planning, while under other circumstances we can have more market regulation and more flexibility. The combination of planning and market regulation will be continued. The important thing is that we must never turn China back into a country that keeps its doors closed. A closed-door policy would be greatly to our disadvantage. We would not even have quick access to information. People say that information is important, right? It certainly is. If an administrator has no access to information, it's as if he was purblind and hard of hearing and had a stuffed nose. And on no account must we go back to the old practice of keeping the economy under rigid control. I should like the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau to study this whole matter. It is an urgent problem that has to be tackled. This is a summary of our work over the last 10 years. Our basic ideas, from the development strategy to the principles and policies, including the policies of reform and opening to the outside, are correct. If our efforts have fallen short in any respect, it is that we have not done enough to implement those policies. We have encountered more difficulties in the reform than in the opening process. In the reform of the political structure, one thing is certain, we must adhere to the system of the People's Congresses. Instead of practicing the separation of the judicial, executive, and legislative powers on the American pattern. As a matter of fact, not all the Western countries follow the pattern of separation of powers. The United States has blamed us for suppressing the students. But didn't the US itself call out police and troops to deal with student strikes and disturbances, and didn't that lead to arrests and bloodshed? It suppressed the students and the people, while we put down a counter-revolutionary rebellion. What right has it to criticize us? In future, however, we must make sure that no adverse trend is allowed to reach that point. What should we do from now on? In my opinion, we should continue to follow unswervingly the basic line, principles, and policies we have formulated. There should be no changes in them except for a few changes of wording, if necessary. This question of what we should do from now on has been raised, and I hope you will give it careful consideration. As for where investment should go and where funds should be used, I am in favor of applying them to strengthen basic industries and agriculture. We should increase our investment in basic industries, raw and semi-finished materials, transportation and energy. We should keep on doing that for 10 to 20 years. We should increase our investment in these industries even if it means going into debt. Borrowing money is also a way of opening to the outside. In this regard we should display more courage. We won't make any major mistakes. We can accomplish many things if we have more electric power and build more railways, highways, and ports. Foreigners predict that we shall need 120 million tons of steel a year in future. Our present output is about 60 million tons, only half that figure. If we renovate the existing enterprises and produce 20 million more tons of steel, we shall be able to curtail the import of steel products. Borrowing money abroad for this purpose is also part of reform and opening. The question before us now is not whether the policies of reform and opening are right or whether they should be implemented, but how to carry them out, what to open and what to close. We should unswervingly carry out the line, principles, and policies formulated since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. We should carefully review our experience, keep on doing what is right, correct what is wrong, and make up for what is inadequate. In short, we should learn from the past and look to the future. That's all I have to say on this occasion. Urgent tasks of China's third generation of collective leadership. June 16, 1989. The Communist Party should establish its third generation of collective leadership. Historically, our party never had a mature central leadership before the Zunyi meeting. Chen Duxiu, Chu Kaibai, Xiang Zongfa, Li Lisan, and Wang Ming all failed to form a capable central leadership. It was only after the Zunyi meeting that the collective leadership of the party began to take shape. That leadership was composed of comrades Mao Zedong, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De and Ren Bishi. After Comrade Bishi passed away, Comrade Chen Yun was added to the leadership. At the 8th National Congress of the party, the Central Committee established a standing committee composed of Mao, Liu, Zhou, Zhu, Chen, and Deng Xiaoping. Later on, Lin Biao was added to the standing committee. This collective leadership lasted until the Cultural Revolution. In the long history before the Cultural Revolution, no matter what mistakes our party made and no matter how the composition of the leadership changed, it always remained a collective leadership with Comrade Mao Zedong as the core. That was the first generation of collective leadership. At the third plenary session of its 11th Central Committee, the party established a new collective leadership, the second generation. Actually, it can be said that in this leadership I am in the key position. Ever since the establishment of this collective leadership, I have been arranging for my successor. Neither of the successors I chose retained their post for long, but at the time, given their experience in struggle, their achievements in work and their political and ideological level, they were the best choices I could make. Besides, people change. A collective leadership must have a core. Without a core, no leadership can be strong enough. The core of our first generation of collective leadership was Chairman Mao. Because of that core, the Cultural Revolution did not bring the Communist Party down. Actually, I am the core of the second generation. Because of this core, even though we changed two of our leaders, the party's exercise of leadership was not affected but always remained stable. The third generation of collective leadership must have a core too. All you comrades present here should be keenly aware of that necessity and act accordingly. You should make an effort to maintain the core, Comrade Jiang Zemin, as you have agreed. From the very first day it starts to work, the new standing committee should make a point of establishing and maintaining this collective leadership and its core. As long as we have a good political bureau, and a good standing committee in particular, and as long as the committee is united and sets an example by working hard to build the country and by combating corruption, it can withstand all kinds of trouble. This incident showed that the working class, the peasantry, and the Liberation Army are reliable, and so are the intellectuals, who are part of the working class. But if the central leadership had been in disarray, it would have been hard to say what would have happened. That was crucial. The destiny of the country, the party, and the people hinges on a strong collective leadership such as I have described. I told comrades Li Peng and Yao Yilin that once the new leaders began to work in an orderly way, I would no longer concern myself with your affairs or interfere in them. I also told them that that was my decision regarding my political role. Of course, if you want to consult me, I'm not going to turn you down, but it won't be the way it used to be. I hope that after the new political bureau and its standing committee are established, they will not announce that I am going to play any particular role. Why? Not because I am modest or anything else. But as things stand now, if I carried too much weight, it would not be good for the country and the party, and someday it would be dangerous. Many countries base their China policies on the prospect of my illness or death. I have been aware of this for many years. It is unhealthy and very risky to base the destiny of a country on the prestige of one or two individuals. That's all right so long as nothing happens, but if anything happens, the situation will be hard to handle. Once the new leading group is formed, you must be responsible for everything, that is, for your mistakes and for your successes. That way you can work independently, which is good because it means the new collective leadership can temper itself. After all, our old method was not very successful. I am 85 years old, and at this advanced age I should know what's right for me to do. My chief concern is the overall interest. If a person's presence adversely affects stability and sound development, that will be a problem. If there is something I can do, I shall be more than ready to help from the sidelines, but under no circumstances should I be given any official title. This incident has shown that the crucial question is whether we should keep to the socialist road and uphold leadership by the party. The Western imperialists are trying to make all socialist countries abandon the socialist road, to bring them in the end under the rule of international monopoly capital and set them on the road to capitalism. We have to take a clear-cut stand against this adverse current. Because if we did not uphold Socialism, we would eventually become, at best, a dependency of other countries, and it would be even more difficult for us to develop. The international market has already been fully occupied, and it will be very hard for us to get in. Only socialism can save China. And only socialism can develop China. In this connection, the rebellion has been a great enlightenment to us. It is important because it sobered us up. China would have no future if it did not follow the socialist road. China is a poor country, so why is it that people regard it as forming the Great Triangle with the United States and the Soviet Union? Because China is an independent country. Why do we say we are independent? Because we are trying to build socialism, a socialism suited to our own conditions. Otherwise, we should have to act in accordance with the will of the Americans, or of people in other developed countries or in the Soviet Union. How much independence would we have then? At the moment, the media worldwide are putting pressure on us. We should take it calmly and not allow ourselves to be provoked. Nonetheless, we should manage our own affairs well. This incident has really revealed enough of our mistakes. We have indeed made mistakes. And they are not minor ones. Next, I want to talk about what work we should do in the near future. We cannot wait until we have completely quelled the rebellion. We should, on the one hand, work to do that, and, on the other hand, sort out the mistakes we have made, find ways to remedy them, and identify the urgent problems. We cannot deal with everything at once. If at this time we start a discussion on a theoretical question, such as the market and planning, not only will it not help stabilize the situation, but it will delay our work. Right now we should concentrate on doing some things to satisfy the people. At the same time, we should quickly address the problems that prevent us from moving ahead. First, economic development should not slow down. We should work hard to achieve as high a growth rate as possible. Of course, the rate should not be so high as we originally planned. At present, the main problem is that our basic industries are weak and that we don't have enough electricity and raw and semi-finished materials. Moreover, small enterprises have used up materials that should have been allocated to large ones. As a result, the state has suffered heavy losses. When we address the question of economic slowdown this time, we should sort out the urgent problems and solve them without hesitation. Hesitation causes delay. We should quickly set about doing everything that we are sure is correct and that helps us develop. We should try to expand the economy at a satisfactory speed in the next 11.5 years. When we have redoubled the GNP in real terms, the people will see that our country and our socialist cause are flourishing. The Central Committee and the State Council must be capable and must have authority. How can they function without authority? I propose that a body be established to study the strategy and program for development in the first 50 years of the next century, in particular to work out a plan for developing basic industries, communications, and transportation. Measures should be taken to ensure steady and sustained development. As I said earlier, after this incident, as long as we conscientiously review our past and consider our future, the country will develop not only in a better, more stable way but also faster. It is possible for us to turn this bad thing to good account. That body should also study the problem of agriculture, which may eventually be solved through science. Science is a great thing, and we should recognize its importance. Second, we should do some things to satisfy the people. There are chiefly two things. One is to carry out the reform and opening to the outside world with greater daring, and the other is to move swiftly to punish corruption. The work related to opening to the outside world should be done mainly by the State Council. The Council should make its determination to open wider known abroad. It has to have the courage to do that. In general, it should allow enterprises to make less profits, and should not be afraid of losses. It should be prepared to do anything as long as it is in our long-term interest. It should do more to facilitate reform and opening to the outside. Joint ventures involving foreign capital should be set up, and local areas should be allowed to establish development zones. If we absorb more foreign capital, it will surely benefit foreign businessmen, but we too shall benefit eventually. For example, we can collect taxes, introduce professional services for foreign-funded enterprises and establish some profitable enterprises ourselves. In this way our economy will be invigorated. Since foreigners are afraid that we shall close our doors again, we should do some things to demonstrate that our policies of reform and opening to the outside world will not change but will be further implemented. The highest objective of our political restructuring is to keep the environment stable. I have told Americans that China's overriding interest is in stability. Anything that helps maintain stability is good. We have never backed down from our position of upholding the four cardinal principles. The Americans' criticisms and rumors are nothing. Cutting back overstaffed organizations and strengthening the legal system are both components of the reform. As for punishing corruption, we should handle at least 10 to 20 major cases publicly and without delay. In this incident there were no slogans against reform and opening to the outside world, but one of the slogans frequently chanted was the demand to combat corruption. Of course, certain persons used this slogan as a pretext for misleading the people. But for our part, if we do not punish corruption, especially among high-level party leaders, we run the risk of failing to rectify the party and to achieve our strategic goals. The new leaders should first of all address this problem, which is also an important part of our efforts to rectify the party. While you are laboring to build the country, how can other people be allowed to profit from corruption? I hope you will especially discuss this question. We should carry out reform and open to the outside world and at the same time punish corruption. When people see that these two things are combined, they will have a clearer understanding of our policies and give them greater support. Third, we should quell the rebellion completely. This is a fine opportunity to dismantle all the illegal organizations in China. It is really a good thing. If we handle it correctly, we shall achieve a great victory. We should not be soft on people who are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Of course, we still need to distinguish between right and wrong and between more serious and less serious crimes, to take facts as the basis for judgment and the law as the criterion, and to be lenient with those who confess and severe with those who refuse to. Specific measures can vary so long as they conform with these policies. I hope you will concentrate on accomplishing the three things I have just mentioned. 1. More point, comrades on the Standing Committee should pay close attention to building the party. It is high time that this party was rectified. There can be no delay. Excerpt from a talk with leading members of the Central Committee of the CPC. With stable policies of reform and opening to the outside world, China can have great hopes for the future. September 4, 1989. Today I want to concentrate on discussing when and how I should retire. I have decided to retire. My retirement will be very beneficial. If I stay on and die at my post, it is hard to tell what repercussions that might evoke worldwide. Even if I am retired and no longer dealing with official business, I can still play some small role as long as I'm around. That's because many foreigners know me, which to some extent affects their Relations with China. There is nothing we can do about that. For the sake of China's security, it is better for me to retire now than to wait until something bad happens, or to stay on at my posts until I die. I made up my mind to retire several years ago. I've said on many occasions that I wanted to retire, and I sincerely meant it. As things stand now, there is no perfect time for me to do so. Every time there was one reason or another why I should not retire. At the party's 13th National Congress I secured a partial retirement. But I have always thought it would have been better if I had retired completely. We have to select as members of the leading bodies younger people and Marxists. We do have trained people with political integrity and a good understanding of Marxism, Leninism. In choosing leaders, we should not confine ourselves to party members but should have a wider field of vision. In short, we must have some young people as leaders, or it will be difficult to carry on. Some members of the current Standing Committee of the Political Bureau are elderly, but some are relatively young. When they were elected, I said that it was important for both Chinese and foreigners to perceive them as people who would follow the policies of reform and opening to the outside world. As we see it now, domestic and international reaction to the leaders we elected at the 4th plenary session of the 13th Central Committee and to their recent actions has at least been quiet. People think the new leading body is reliable. This shows that it can gain the trust of the people and of the international community. If 2 or 3 or 6 months after the old-timers like us retire, the situation is really stable. If we have political stability and unity, if China is still developing and is continuing to follow its current line, principles, and policies, then our influence will gradually wane. That will be a good thing. When this incident occurred, I didn't think it would be right for me to retire immediately. It has been 3 months since then. But if a formal decision on my retirement is made at the 5th plenary session of the party's 13th Central Committee, to be held in about a month and a half, that will make 4 or 5 months, and by that time the political situation will be relatively calm, so that will be an opportune moment for me to retire. I have stated on many occasions that my last task is to take the lead in establishing a retirement system. I have already been trying to gradually get used to retirement. It will take time for me to completely relinquish the work I have been doing for decades. At the next National Party Congress, the Central Advisory Commission will be abolished and a retirement system established. What would you say to my retiring at the 5th plenary session? We have been hesitating for so many years that my retirement has already been delayed. Old people have their own strengths and weaknesses. Their minds may fail at any time, and at a certain stage their physical strength also deteriorates. This is an unalterable law of nature, and old leaders have to be continually replaced by new ones. Under a retirement system, it will be fairly easy to replace leaders with new ones or to transfer them to other posts. Let's consider this settled. That is the first question. The second question is the way in which I should retire. I have discussed it with Comrade Yang Shankin, and we have agreed that the simpler it is, the better. We should not make a habit of singing the praises of people who retire. That isn't necessary. If you have worked in the party for decades, people know what you have accomplished in your lifetime and can form an objective evaluation. Having thought a lot about it, I've come to realize that it would be best for me to retire in a simple manner and to be the first to do so. A simple, neat, and efficient way would be for the Central Committee to grant my request for retirement and say a few words about it. I have stated time and again that it is abnormal to base the fate of a country on the prestige of 1 or 2 persons. It is not good to eulogize them on the occasion of their retirement. Some other formalities, such as memorial meetings, which have been held too frequently and consumed a great deal of human and material resources, should also be simplified. All of us have worked for the revolution for decades and have achievements to our credit. We have also made some mistakes, but it is only our achievements that are made public. I have declined many times the request of foreigners that I write my autobiography. If an autobiography is only about the author's merits and doesn't speak of his mistakes, he is simply lavishing praise on himself. What's the point of that? It is good that some comrades have written their memoirs. Comrade Nai Rongzhen has written realistically about his own experiences. Other people, such as Comrade Li Vihan, have also written about their mistakes. But some have mainly given publicity to themselves in their memoirs. That sort of thing is not commendable. The evaluation of me should not be too exaggerated or too high. Some people place me higher than Chairman Mao, which is not good. I am very much afraid of that. Too high a reputation would be a burden for me. I hope you will see to it that both my retirement and my funeral are simple. The third question is to whom I should hand over my posts when I retire. We must have a chairman for the military commissions. First of all, we should decide on a chairman for the party's Central Military Commission, who will serve concurrently as chairman of the State Military Commission. The party must keep control of the army, for the army has always been under its leadership. This could be clearly seen during the recent turmoil. The army led by the party is also, of course, the army of the state. When I resign at the 5th plenary session of the Central Committee, we should have a new chairman for the Central Military Commission, and there should also be some changes in the State Military Commission. It has been our tradition that the army obeys the party, that no small cliques are formed and that power is not concentrated in just a few hands. The army must always place itself at the disposal of the CPC Central Committee and the party. Only those who listen to the party should be elected leaders of the army. The army must not do anything under its own banner. I should like to propose that Comrade Jiang Zemin be appointed chairman of the Central Military Commission. In short, I'm not going to concern myself with the work of the Central Committee, except for extremely serious problems. In this way the new Central Committee, especially the Political Bureau and its Standing Committee, will be able to think independently and work on their own. All the comrades of the Standing Committee are present today. I hope you will create a good image domestically and internationally, an image of stability and unity, and be a model of stability and unity. Ours is a big country. As long as our leaders remain stable and firm, nobody will be able to do anything against China. China must have a leading collective with the image of people who favor the policies of reform and opening to the outside world. I hope you will pay special attention to this point. We cannot abandon those policies. If we stick to convention and do exactly what we did before, without trying new experiments and suffering some setbacks and failures, we shall never attain our strategic goals. We must really carry out reform and open to the outside. We can't do it with our doors closed. In the next 2 to 3 years we should make thorough readjustments. We should correct our mistakes, such as inflation. Recently I have been pleased with what's going on among the students. They are doing some serious rethinking, and that's very educational. They do have many problems, but it can be very educational for them to rethink what they did. That's more important than reading any books. We should step up education in the 4 cardinal principles and basic Marxist theories. If we do that for a few years, changes will take place in people's social conduct. If we try to straighten things out again on the literary and artistic front and persist in cleaning up the publications market according to the current plan, the situation will improve. Our objective is to help people to have high ideals and moral integrity, to be well educated and have a strong sense of discipline. In the 1950s, party members and the people as a whole had lofty ideals, were disciplined and committed to serving the people, and they loved the party, the country, and socialism. Weren't those excellent attitudes and morals? In the 3 hard years from 1959 through 1961, didn't the party and the people struggle in unity and surmount the difficulties? How good our people were! We should restore and promote this tradition. Our army is good too. There are new young commanders now. I don't know any of them personally, but the army has certainly maintained its good traditions. If your leading body is going to succeed, it is essential for you to form a collective leadership. You must be a collective in which each member cooperates closely with the others, and a collective that thinks independently. You should be tolerant and generous with each other, help each other, complement each other's thinking and help correct each other's mistakes and shortcomings. A good collective like that is very necessary right now, more so than ever before. This collective must have a core. We used to have Chairman Mao as the core. Over the past few years we have had the problems of replacing 2 leaders and of curbing inflation. Because we had a core, it was easy to solve those problems. Comrade Jiang Zemin should become the core of your collective. As for your method of work, I'd like to make a suggestion when major questions arise concerning policies and principles. All organizations, including the State Council and the National People's Congress, should have their leading party cadres submit those questions to the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau for discussion. After decisions are made, they should be discussed and implemented by the organizations concerned. Not long ago I proposed that the authority of the Central Committee be strengthened. Comrade Chen Yun has complained that there are too many local officials, that they only discuss problems without making decisions, or that if they do make decisions, instead of carrying them out, each one goes his own way. This is a correct criticism. It is bad that they don't listen to the Central Committee and the State Council. Especially when we run into difficulties, it would be impossible to overcome them if the Central Committee and the State Council had no authority. As long as we have the authority, we can accomplish important tasks even at difficult times. We should not deny the importance of authority, and should centralize power wherever necessary. Otherwise, time will be wasted, at the least. Cadres who don't obey the Central Committee and the State Council should be dealt with firmly. They may be warned in advance, but if they don't heed the warning, they and their superiors should be transferred. In the latter period of the Cultural Revolution 1966, Chairman Mao shifted the commanders of the 8 greater military regions from one region to another. He did so because he knew the art of leading the army, that is, not to allow any leading cadre to form a circle and have a sphere of influence. It is a tradition of the army to have its leaders transferred frequently. During the wars the army was divided into mountain strongholds. But because of our understanding of Marxism and our organizational sense of discipline as communists, we did not form factions. Even so, the mountain stronghold mentality had bad effects, and a special campaign was launched to combat it. Local cadres may present the same problem. When they have been in one place for too long, they should be transferred elsewhere. So far as the international situation is concerned, there is a question of war If the United States and the Soviet Union don't fight each other, there will be no world war, but small wars will be unavoidable. The current wars between underdeveloped countries are actually what the developed countries need. Their policy of bullying backward countries has not changed. China should hold its ground, or others will plot against us. There are many people in the world who hope we will develop, but there are also many who are out to get us. We ourselves should maintain vigilance. We should safeguard our reputation for acting independently, for keeping the initiative in our own hands, and for refusing to be taken in by fallacies or to tremble in the face of danger. And under no circumstances should we show any weakness. The more afraid you are and the more weakness you show, the more aggressive others will be. They will not be kind to you because you are weak. On the contrary, if you are weak, they will look down upon you. What are we afraid of? We are not afraid of war. We don't think there will be a world war, but even if there were, we would not be afraid. Anyone who dared invade China would never get out again. China has a wealth of experience in resisting foreign aggression. We would first defeat the invaders and then start reconstruction. Another aspect of the international situation is the upheaval in some socialist countries. I think the upheavals in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union were inevitable. It is hard to predict how far they will go. We still have to observe developments calmly. If, while these countries are in turmoil, China doubles its GNP in real terms for the second time, according to plan, that will be a success for socialism. If we have basically realized modernization by the middle of the next century, we shall have further reason to say that socialism has succeeded. Of course, we should not boast. The more developed we are, the more modest we should be. But if China holds its ground and attains its goals for development, that will demonstrate the superiority of socialism. There is no doubt that the imperialists want socialist countries to change their nature. The problem now is not whether the banner of the Soviet Union will fall. There is bound to be unrest there, but whether the banner of China will fall. Therefore, the most important thing is that there should be no unrest in China and that we should continue to carry on genuine reform and to open wider to the outside. Without those policies, China would have no future. How did we achieve what we did over the past 10 years? Through reform and opening to the outside. As long as we pursue those policies, and as long as our socialist banner stands firmly planted, China will have tremendous influence. Of course, that will put the developed countries all the more on guard against us. Notwithstanding, we should maintain friendly exchanges with them. We should keep them as friends, but also have a clear understanding of what they are doing. We should not criticize or condemn other countries without good reason or go to extremes in our words and deeds. That is what I think of the situation as a whole. The crucial thing for us is to avoid unrest. We have a solid foundation, a foundation laid during decades of fighting. We should pass this fighting spirit on to future generations for them to maintain, because it is our capital. What's going on in other countries is not our business, but we should make one thing clear: in China socialism will not change. China will surely follow to the end the socialist road it has chosen. No one will be able to overwhelm us. As long as China doesn't collapse, 1/5 of the world's population will be upholding socialism. We are full of confidence that socialism has a bright future. In short, my views about the international situation can be summed up in 3 sentences. First, we should observe the situation coolly. Second, we should hold our ground. Third, we should act calmly. Don't be impatient. it is no good to be impatient. We should be calm, and again calm, and quietly immerse ourselves in practical work to accomplish something for China. Will we be able to quadruple the GNP by the end of the century? I hope I shall be around at that time to see that it has been done. The second stage in our three-stage strategy is essential, because what is achieved then will serve as the foundation for the third stage. We should build some large projects to demonstrate our confidence. With stable policies of reform and opening to the outside world, China can have great hopes for the future. Excerpt from a talk with leading members of the CPC Central Committee. A letter to the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. September 4, 1989. The Political Bureau of the Central Committee. I am asking the Central Committee for permission to resign my current post of Chairman of the Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. As early as 1980 I proposed that the leadership system of the party and the government be reformed and that the system of life tenure in leading posts be abolished. In recent years many veteran comrades have left their posts in the central leadership. In 1987, before the party's 13th National Congress was held, to set an example for abolishing the system of life tenure in leading posts, I expressed my wish to retire. At the time, the Central Committee, having considered over and over again my wish and the opinions of both party and non-party people, agreed to my resigning the posts of member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, member of the Political Bureau, Chairman of the Central Advisory Commission, member of the Central Committee and member of the Central Advisory Commission. The Central Committee also decided that I should retain the posts of Chairman of the Military Commission of the Party and Chairman of the Military Commission of the State. Ever since then, when the Central Leading Collective has sought my views on major issues, I have consistently respected and supported the opinions of the majority of the comrades in the collective. But I have insisted on not concerning myself with its day-to-day work, and I have been looking forward to being succeeded by younger people as soon as possible so that my wish to leave all leading posts may be fulfilled. The core leadership headed by Comrade Jiang Zemin, which was elected at the 4th plenary session of the 13th Central Committee of the party, has been working very efficiently. After careful consideration, I should like to resign my current posts while I am still in good health, so as to realize my long-cherished wish. This will be good for the party, the state, and the army. I sincerely hope the Central Committee will grant my request. I shall also submit to the National People's Congress my request to resign the post of Chairman of the State Military Commission. Since I am an old citizen and a veteran party member who has worked for decades for the communist cause and for the independence, reunification, development, and reform of the country, my life belongs to the party and the country. After my retirement I shall continue to be devoted to their cause. The achievements scored by our party, our country, and our army are the result of the hard work of generations. As the reform and opening to the outside world have only just begun, our task is arduous and our road will be long and tortuous. But I am certain that we shall be able to surmount all difficulties and that one generation after another will advance the cause pioneered by the first generation. Since the Chinese people were able to stand up, they will surely be able to stand firm forever among the nations of the world. Deng Xiaoping. We are confident that we can handle China's affairs well. September 16, 1989. I'm still in good health and have a clear mind and a good memory. Recently I've begun to swim for an hour every day in the sea at Baidahe. I don't like indoor pools, I like to swim in an expansive natural setting where you have a greater sense of freedom. I'm trying to Get used to complete retirement. For decades I've been busy with my work. Although I have not concerned myself with many things recently, my mind remains active and keeps turning over problems. Please believe me when I say that the principles and policies formulated during the reform and opening to the outside world over the past 10 years will not change. The line set at the party's 13th National Congress will not change. Anyone who changed it would fall. In the recent past we have had 2 general secretaries who did not retain the post for long. That was not because they were not qualified when they were elected. It was right to elect them, but later on they made mistakes with regard to the fundamental issue, the issue of adhering to the 4 cardinal principles, so they stumbled and fell. Of the 4 principles, the 2 most important are that we should uphold leadership by the party and that we should uphold socialism. The opposite of the 4 principles is bourgeois liberalization. In the last few years I have stressed on many occasions the need to uphold the 4 cardinal principles and oppose bourgeois liberalization. But they didn't do that. During the recent disturbances Zhao Ziyang was exposed as being clearly on the side of those who were causing the trouble. He was actually trying to split the party. Fortunately, I was still around and it was not difficult to deal with the matter. Of course, I was not the only one to play a role. I have never believed in exaggerating the role of any one individual, because that is dangerous and makes it difficult for others to carry on. The stability of a country and a party cannot be based merely on the prestige of 1 or 2 persons. That tends to create problems. It is therefore necessary to have a retirement system. I'm already 85 years old. For many years I have been proposing to retire. But every time I do, I meet opposition from everybody. At the 13th National Congress of the party, I secured a partial retirement, retaining only the posts of Chairman of the Central Military Commission and Chairman of the State Military Commission. Some veteran comrades, such as Peng Zhen, our older sister Deng Yingqiao, Marshal Su Xiangqian and Marshal Nai Rongzhen, have retired completely. I need the approval of the Central Committee to retire completely, and I'm working to obtain it. Recently the story circulated in Hong Kong that I had been assassinated or that I was seriously ill, and that rumor caused fluctuations in the stock market there. This shows that it would be better for me to retire soon. I hope to do so in the near future. My chief desire is to retire completely, but if there are disturbances, I shall have to intervene. I am certain that after the recent disturbances, China will be even more successful in its drive for modernization and in reform and opening to the outside world. They have taught us an important lesson. For many years some of our comrades, immersing themselves in specific affairs, have shown no concern for political developments and attached no importance to ideological work. They have not been sufficiently vigilant against corruption and have not taken effective measures to stop it. The fact that corruption has become such a serious problem is related to their failure to resolutely combat bourgeois liberalization. The disturbances have sobered us all. If we had not upheld the 4 cardinal principles, the turmoil would not have been brought to an end. And if it had not been, how could we be talking here today? In putting down the counter-revolutionary rebellion, the People's Liberation Army made sacrifices. That was no easy thing, I can tell you. If the rebels had had their way, there would have been a civil war. If there had been a civil war, we would have won, but how many people would have died? And how many more would have grieved for them? That would have been a real disaster. We had no choice but to act decisively. In our efforts to quell the rebellion, our principle was to do everything possible not to harm the people, especially students. But if we had not taken resolute measures to put it down, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The West really wants unrest in China. It wants turmoil not only in China but also in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. The United States and some other Western countries are trying to bring about a peaceful evolution towards capitalism in socialist countries. The United States has coined an expression, waging a world war without gunsmoke. We should be on guard against this. Capitalists want to defeat socialists in the long run. In the past they used weapons, atomic bombs, and hydrogen bombs, but they were opposed by the peoples of the world. So now they are trying peaceful evolution. The affairs of other countries are not our business, but we have to look after our own. China will get nowhere if it does not build and uphold socialism. Without leadership by the Communist Party, without socialism and without the policies of reform and opening to the outside world, the country would be doomed. Without them, how could China have gotten where it is today? The Chinese people will not easily give up the People's Republic that they founded after more than 20 years of bloody struggle. They will not easily give up the achievements in building socialism that they have scored through decades of hard work, and especially through the last 10 years of reform and opening to the outside world. If those achievements were forfeited in favor of capitalism, the first problem would be how to feed the 1.1 billion people. And if they didn't have enough food, would the Chinese people accept that situation? It was in order to emancipate poor people that we made the revolution. Now it can be said that China has solved the problem of food and clothing. Of course, about 10% of the people are still relatively poor, but they are not completely destitute. Generally speaking, they are better off than before, and the government and society are helping them shake off poverty. To sum up, we have our own responsibilities. We must take responsibility for 1/5 of the world's population and develop the economy so that they will live better. I'd like to focus on 2 points. First, the current situation in China is stable. After the disturbances are over, the new leading body will continue the policies of reform and opening to the outside world that have been followed over the past decade, maintain stability and unity and uphold the principle of one central task and 2 basic points. Of course, there will surely be setbacks and mistakes in the course of development. But we believe that those who uphold this principle and these policies will succeed eventually. Second, the Chinese people will not be intimidated. We don't want to offend other people, we only want to do solid work in our own country. Anyone who tries to interfere in our affairs and bully us will fail. The Chinese people have confidence in themselves. They would get nowhere if they felt themselves inferior. They felt inferior for more than a century, but now, under the leadership of the Communist Party, they have stood up. A great beast may be terrifying to some people, but not to the Chinese. We fought the war of resistance against Japan for 8 years and the war to resist US aggression and ate Korea for 3 years. We have a tradition of defeating the enemy when we are outnumbered and weaker. There are some people who are frightened, such as Fang Lizhi and the like, so they do everything possible to harm their country. But there are not many people of that sort. I believe that when faced with foreign aggression and intimidation, our people will not be frightened, nor will future generations. I'd like to ask you to tell all Americans, whether they are friendly to us or not, that these are the 2 fundamental points of which they should be aware when they are assessing the situation in China. Our gravest failure has been in education. We did not provide enough education to young people, including students. We can curb inflation quickly, but it is much more difficult to make up for lost education. For many of those who participated in the demonstrations and hunger strikes, it will take years, not just a couple of months, of education to change their thinking. The ones who took part in the hunger strikes and demonstrations and signed petitions are not to blame. Only those leaders who had ulterior motives and violated the law will be prosecuted. As for the students, including the hunger strikers, we shall deal with them chiefly through education. I hope you will tell the people you know, including those who demonstrated and signed petitions abroad, that China takes no offense at their actions and that they need not be worried. Speaking of our failures, there have really been some. There is much ideological work that we haven't done, and there are many things that we haven't explained clearly. Some people, Zhao Ziyang for example, supported those who created the disturbances. So we can't put the blame on others. We should soberly rethink what we have done in the past. Look to the future, review our experience, draw the lessons from it, and seriously address the problems we are faced with. By doing that, we can turn a bad thing to good account and profit from the incident. Most people, including the students, will gain a clearer understanding. In short, one thing is certain: China will develop, the policies of reform and opening to the outside world will continue, the productive forces will go on growing at an appropriate rate, and the standard of living will gradually rise on the basis of expanded production. For a period of time consumption was overheated. We have warned the people of the need to practice austerity for a few years. We must oppose corruption and promote clean government. We have to do this not just for a few days or months, but throughout the whole process of reform and opening to the outside world. We are going to move forward at a steadier and faster pace. I strongly believe that. Excerpt from a talk with the Chinese-American physicist and Nobel Prize winner, Professor Tsungdao Li of Columbia University. No one can shake socialist China. October 26, 1989. The relations between our two countries are a model of friendship between countries with different social systems. Recently I have said to foreign friends on many occasions that a new international economic order should be established, so as to settle the North-South question. A new international political order should also be established that would be in conformity with the new international economic order. I have especially recommended that the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, which we Asians put forward in the 1950s, be made norms governing the future international political order. It can be said that ever since our two countries established diplomatic relations in the 1970s, we have followed those principles to the letter. There are no problems between our two countries. Or if there are, they are only the need to increase our cooperation and contacts, especially in economic development. Politically, we are working together for world peace and, first of all, for peace in Asia. No one can shake China's determination to build socialism. The socialism we are building is a socialism that is adapted to our own conditions, a socialism that helps to constantly develop the productive forces and that favors peace. Only by constantly developing the productive forces can a country gradually become strong and prosperous. With the rising standard of living, only in a peaceful environment can we develop smoothly. China will safeguard its own interests, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. It also maintains that a socialist country should not infringe upon other countries' interests, sovereignty or territory. The world used to be dominated by 2 superpowers. Now things have changed. Nevertheless, power politics is escalating, and a few Western developed countries wish to monopolize the world. This is something of which we are very aware. It can be seen from the Paris summit of leaders of the Group of Seven. It was at that meeting that they decided to impose both economic and political sanctions on China, such as the ban on contacts between high-ranking officials. Will the sanctions have any effect? The decision-makers of both the United States and France have failed to understand at least two aspects of China. First, the People's Republic was established after 22 years of war. After its founding, it fought for 3 more years in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Without popular support, we would not have won those wars. Is it possible that a country like this will be brought down so easily? No, it is not. Neither people in China nor those in other countries, such as the superpowers and the rich countries, have the ability to bring China down. Second, the last country in the world to be afraid of isolation, blockade, or sanctions is China. For several decades after the founding of the People's Republic, we were isolated and subjected to blockades and sanctions. But in the final analysis, that did not do us much damage. Why? Because China is so huge and so populous, and the Communist Party and the people have such high aspirations. In addition, foreign aggression and threats arouse the Chinese people's sense of unity, their patriotism, and their love for socialism and the Communist Party, and only make us clearer in our thinking. So we think it is not wise for foreigners to resort to aggression and threats, that only works to our advantage. Facts show that those who have imposed sanctions on us have begun to rethink what they have done. In short, the Chinese people are not afraid of isolation and will not be bullied. No matter what changes take place in the international situation, China will be able to hold its ground. I think this is the true way to understand China. Excerpt from a talk with Prime Minister Chatichai Chunavan of Thailand. The United States should take the initiative in putting an end to the strains in Sino-American relations. October 31, 1989. You are visiting China at a time when relations between China and the United States are strained. The relations between our two countries were hostile for 23 years, from the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949 to 1972. It was not until you served as President of the United States that the situation began to change. I appreciate very much your view that, in determining relations between two countries, each party should proceed from his country's own strategic interests. I too think that each country should proceed from its own long-term strategic interests, and at the same time respect the interests of the other. Each country, whether it is big or small, strong or weak, should respect others as equals, giving no thought to old scores or to differences in social systems and ideologies. In this way all problems can be properly solved. But it takes courage to use this approach. So, you were not only wise but courageous to visit China in 1972. I know that you are an anti-communist, while I am a communist. Nevertheless, in studying and handling problems, both of us place the highest importance on the national interest. In dealing with a major question like this, both of us are realistic, broad-minded, and respectful of each other. When trying to improve relations with the Soviet Union and the East European countries, which had been strained for several decades, we always said the most important thing was to put the past behind us and open up a new era. Now perhaps we can say that, by the same token, China and the United States should put behind them the strained relations of the last few months and open up a new era. Frankly, the recent disturbances and the counter-revolutionary rebellion that took place in Beijing were fanned by international anti-communism and anti-socialism. It's a pity that the United States was so deeply involved in this matter and that it keeps denouncing China. Actually, China is the victim. China has done nothing to harm the United States. Each country can have its own views of this event, but you cannot ask us to accept incorrect criticism from others. The American public got its information from the Voice of America and from American newspapers and periodicals, which reported that blood was flowing like a river in Tiananmen Square and that tens of thousands of people had died. They even gave the exact number of casualties. The Voice of America has gone too far. The people working for it tell lies. They are completely dishonest. If the American leaders determine their state policies on the basis of information provided by the Voice of America, they will be in trouble. We have forgiven the students, including the ones overseas, who participated in demonstrations and signed petitions. No action will be taken against them. As for the handful of people with unbridled ambitions who tried to overturn the government of the People's Republic of China, we shall punish them to varying degrees as necessary. We cannot tolerate turmoil, and whenever it arises in future we shall impose martial law. This will do no harm to anyone or to any country. It is our internal affair. The purpose of imposing martial law is to maintain stability. Only with stability can we carry on economic development. The reason is very simple. In China, which has a huge population and a poor economic foundation, nothing can be accomplished without good public order, political stability and unity. Stability is of overriding importance. I am not saying that governments of Western countries are trying to overthrow the socialist system in China. But at least some Westerners are trying to. This can only arouse the resentment of the Chinese people and make them work harder for the prosperity of their country. People who value human rights should not forget the rights of the state. When they talk about human dignity, they should not forget national dignity. In particular, if the developing countries of the Third World, like China, have no national self-respect and do not cherish their independence, they will not enjoy that independence for long. I should like you to tell President Bush that the United States should take the initiative in putting the past behind us, because only your country can do that. The United States can take some initiative, but it's not possible for China to do so, because the US is strong and China is weak. China is the victim. Don't ever expect China to beg the United States to lift the sanctions. If they lasted 100 years, the Chinese would not do that. If China had no self-respect, it could not maintain its independence for long and would lose its national dignity. Too much is at stake. If any Chinese leader made a mistake in this regard, the Chinese people would never forgive him, and he would surely fall. I'm telling you the truth. In handling relations between countries, we should follow the principle of non-interference in each other's internal affairs. The People's Republic of China will never allow any country to interfere in its internal affairs. Foreign interference could create difficulties and even turmoil in our country for a time, but it can never shake our People's Republic, because under the leadership of the Communist Party the life of the Chinese people has been improving day by day, especially in the last 10 years. The improvement is genuine, not a sham. Our people support the reform and the open policy, and they see a bright future for China. I can assure you that no one can stop China's reform and opening to the outside world. Why? For the simple reason that without those policies we could not continue to make progress and our economy would go downhill. If we returned to the ways of the past, living standards would decline. So no one can alter the trend of reform. Whether I'm alive and at my present post or not, the policies and principles formulated under my guidance over the last decade will not be changed. I am convinced that my colleagues will not change them. Some people say that we are reforming only our economic structure and not our political structure. That is not true. But we can reform our political structure only on condition that we adhere to the four cardinal principles. We can't build anything if the country is in disorder. For economic development we need stability. If people are busy staging demonstrations today and airing their views or writing big character posters tomorrow, they cannot concentrate on economic construction. Sino-US relations have a good foundation. The two countries can help each other develop their economies and defend their economic interests. The Chinese market is by no means fully developed yet, and the United States can take advantage of it in many ways. We shall be happy to have American merchants continue doing business with China. That could be an important way of putting the past behind us. Excerpt from a talk with former President Richard Nixon of the United States. Speech to comrades who had attended an enlarged meeting of the Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. November 12, 1989. I have spoken a great deal recently, and I have no more to say. Nevertheless, at this time, when I'm going to retire from my leading post in the Military Commission, I think I should talk with you a little. What I have to say is very brief. I am convinced that our army will be able to steadfastly maintain its own character, that is, that it will continue to belong to the party, the people, and our socialist country. In this respect, our army is different from the armies of other countries, including other socialist countries, because our experience has been different from theirs. Our army should always be loyal to our party, to the people, to our country, and to socialism. I am certain that it will remain so, and that, having been tested for several decades, it will be able to do its duty. One more thing I want to tell you is that the chairman of the Military Commission has been replaced. The party has decided to place Comrade Jiang Zemin at the core of its Central Committee. I think that is a good choice. Comrade Jiang Zemin is well qualified to be chairman of the Military Commission because he is well qualified to be General Secretary of the party. I hope that, under the leadership of the Central Committee with Comrade Jiang Zemin at the core, and of the Military Commission with Comrade Jiang Zemin as chairman, you will do still better in strengthening the army. Thus, it will be able to make greater contributions to safeguarding the independence and sovereignty of the state, defending the cause of socialism, and upholding the line, principles, and policies formulated by the party since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. Although I have left the army and retired from all my posts, I shall always be concerned for the cause of our party and our country, and to the future of our army. Thank you. A review of the history of the 2nd Field Army. November 20, 1989. We veterans haven't had a chance to get together for many years. Let's take this opportunity to have a chat today. Looking back to the war years, I should say that our 2nd Field Army accomplished its tasks fairly well at every stage. That is my overall appraisal. Throughout the War of Liberation, the 2nd Field Army stood in the forefront of the struggle against the enemy. At first we were in the Shaanxi-Hebei Shandong Henan area. As Comrade Liu Bachin put it, this was the gateway to the North China liberated area. And it was through this gateway that the enemy had to launch his attack. Just as we had expected, while Chairman Mao was holding peace negotiations with the Kuomintang in Chongqing, the enemy came in two columns. One column was led by Yan Zishan, and against it we fought the Shangdang campaign. The other column was led by Ma Fa'u. and Gao Shugzun, and against it we fought the Ping Han campaign. Earlier, during the War of Resistance against Japan, we had also stood at the gateway. At that time our forces were the predecessors of the Second Field Army. The Kuomintang had engaged our troops in skirmishes in all the major liberated areas, especially in the Shaanxi Hebei Shandong Henan area. After the victory over Japan, their first attack on the liberated areas was unleashed at this same gateway, but we did not have many troops to guard it. Yan Zishan had more than 38,000 troops with which to attack the Shangdang area, while we had only a little over 30,000. Organizationally, we did not even have a complete, fully staffed regiment, and our soldiers were poorly equipped and had only a small amount of ammunition. You might say that they were only a formation of guerrilla forces. Besides, there were no generals available to command the battle that was about to begin. Only Li De was at the front, while many other generals were away attending a meeting in Yan'an. We flew back to the Taihang area in a transport plane of the U.S. Army observation group based in Yan'an. Aboard that plane were Bachan and I, Chen Zilian, Chen Zidao, Chen Gang, and others. Song Rengshan was in southern Hebei at the time. When we arrived, the battle was already raging. As soon as we alighted from the plane, we hurried to the front. Under those circumstances it was not easy to annihilate all of Yan Zishan's attacking troops. I should say we did more than was expected of us. That was followed by the Ping Han campaign. The attack was launched by 3 corps. Under Ma Fao and Gao Shugzun, 2 deputy commanders of the Kuomintang's 11th War Zone, and a local Hebei army column of the Kuomintang under Xiaoping Li. Both the 40th and 30th Corps under Ma Fao were strong. The new 8th Corps under Gao Shugzun also had high combat effectiveness. In Matatown Zilian and his troops fought them tooth and nail at the cost of hundreds of casualties. We encountered more difficulties in the Ping Han campaign than we had in the Shangdang campaign. After the Shangdang campaign we received some supplies of ammunition and better equipment, but we remained a collection of guerrillas. We fought the Ping Han campaign in a state of utter exhaustion. The enemy began to attack us before all of our units had reached their positions. On the telephone I told Su Jianhua to hold out at the front for 5 days until the follow-up units reached the designated places. Su's first column blocked the enemy's advance, making it possible for the follow-up units to get to their positions on time. I should say that the Ping Han campaign was mainly a successful political battle, because we persuaded Gao Shugzun to revolt and cross over to our side. If we had fought fire with fire, we would have suffered a great many casualties. I have always felt sorry that we are not fair to Gao Shugzun afterwards. He made no small contribution. If he had not revolted, the enemy would not have collapsed so utterly. They could not have won, but they would have been able to retreat. At least their main force could have escaped. Thanks to Gao's revolt, we wiped out 2 of Ma Fao's corps, and only 3,000 men escaped. We invested much capital in this political battle. Gao Shugzun had ties with us when he was under the command of Tang Enbo. As we had maintained ties with him for a long time, we sent our chief of staff Li De in person to Gao's headquarters in Matu, to persuade him to revolt. Many of you probably don't know anything about this episode. Li De was accompanied by Wang Dingnan, our liaison officer, whom I met many times. We were sure that Gao Shugzun was inclined to revolt, but he was still hesitating. At the moment the Kuomintang was trying to eliminate its Northwest Army, to which Gao's new 8th Corps belonged. That was a problem. When Li De and Wang Dingnan got to Matu, they found all the motor vehicles and horse-drawn carriages facing south, ready to beat a retreat. As soon as they met with Gao, they reached an agreement. He decided to revolt, and next day he prepared to lead his troops to the liberated area in the northwest. The day after that, Bachan called on him in Matu. Thrown into a panic, Ma Fa'u ordered his 2 corps to withdraw south. Consequently, we were able to intercept them in the south, on the north bank of the Zhanghe River, winning another battle. So during the War of Resistance against Japan there had been skirmishes between us and the KMT troops in all the liberated areas across the country, but especially in the Shaanxi, Hebei Shandong Henan area. It was also in this area that after we won the war against Japan, Chiang Kai-shek launched his initial attacks on us. It was only after the fighting started that we began to form the Second Field Army, consisting of a few columns. After the Shangdang campaign, we organized 4 columns. Deployed from east to west, they were the first column, led by Yang Dezi and Su Jianhua in the Hebei Shandong Henan area, the second column, led by Chen Zidao and Song Rengshen in southern Hebei, the third column, led by Chen Zilian and Peng Tao in the Taihang area, and the fourth column, led by Chen Geng and Xiefuzi in the Taiyu area. Later we established the 6th and 7th columns. In the first year of the War of Liberation we reached the target figure set by the Central Military Commission for enemy troops to be annihilated. 3 months after the war started, Chairman Mao had said that if we could wipe out a total of 8 Kuomintang brigades a month on all the fronts across the country, we were sure to win. Just as he hoped, in the first year we wiped out 97.5 brigades, slightly exceeding the target. The Second Field Army fulfilled the quota allotted to it for its area and probably did slightly better. As that task had been accomplished on all fronts, we were able to start the strategic counter-offensive 1 or 2 years ahead of schedule. When the War of Liberation had begun, a counter-offensive had not been put on the agenda, because we were uncertain of the timing. But after fighting for a year, from July 1946 to July 1947, we confidently decided to launch a counter-offensive. One reason was that in the first year of battle we had wiped out nearly 100 enemy brigades and improved our military equipment accordingly. Another reason was that the objective situation compelled us to start the counter-offensive at an early date. At that time the Kuomintang was attacking key sectors in Shandong and Yan'an, which were like the 2 ends of a carrying pole. Our Shaanxi Hebei Shandong Henan area lay in between, at the center of the pole, where the porter shoulders it. Accordingly, we employed what Comrade Bachan called the carrying pole strategy. It was our task to draw the enemy troops from both ends towards the center, in a counter-offensive that carried out the strategic intentions of the Central Military Commission and Chairman Mao. First, we crossed the Yellow River and annihilated 4 division headquarters and 9.5 brigades of the enemy at one stroke. This initial victory displayed the terrific momentum of our counter-offensive. Crossing the Yellow River was actually the beginning of the counter-offensive. But how deep should we penetrate into the enemy-controlled areas? The annihilation of 9.5 enemy brigades was merely a show of strength. What action should we take next? That was more important. We sent a telegram to the military commission, saying that we could take advantage of the favorable situation to wipe out more enemy troops in the Shaanxi Hebei Shandong Henan area and to draw more of them and pin them down. The situation was very good. Chairman Mao sent a highly confidential telegram to Bachan and me saying that things in northern Shaanxi were very difficult. We immediately wired back to say that in 2 weeks we would take action, leaping directly into the enemy's rear in the Dabi Mountains and later moving out again. In fact, we were on the march in less than 10 days. We had to operate without a rear area to fall back on. You can imagine how difficult it was. Conditions in the south were hard for the northerners. Shortly after we crossed the Huaihe River, many of them suffered from diarrhea. The Huaihe is the actual demarcation line between northern and southern China. The south refers to the area south of the Huaihe, not south of the Yangtze. South of the Huaihe the terrain was mountainous, and the people grew rice. That was the way of life in the south. But we had not anticipated all the difficulties. We only knew that northerners would be unaccustomed to certain things in the south. After we crossed the Huaihe River, we came to realize that some southerners, like those from Hubei, Henan, and Anhui, were not used to things in the south either, since they had been in the north for many years. The decision to make the 500-kilometer march south was very daring. It shows how brilliant Chairman Mao's strategy was. This task fell to the Second Field Army. It was the most difficult in the entire War of Liberation. I don't mean that it was so difficult to wipe out 9.5 enemy brigades. The difficult thing was to keep advancing for 500 kilometers in defiance of all sorts of hardships. That was the heavy load we shouldered. It was really hard to cross the areas that had been flooded by the Yellow River. Since we were unable to carry our heavy weapons, we had to leave them behind. That's why the Second Field Army did not have much artillery when it took part in the Huaihe campaign. When we were going to cross the Huaihe, God helped us. The river had sunk so low that at that moment we could wade across. Nobody had ever known that one could walk across the Huaihe. Just when we arrived, the waters, which had been rising, suddenly fell. Bachin himself walked into the river, proving that we could wade across. So things became much easier for us. Otherwise, we would have taken casualties. And even if we had managed to cross the Huaihe, our subsequent struggle would have been harder. We faced a grim and perilous situation, but I should say that on the whole, we accomplished the shift to strategic counter-offensive quite smoothly, moving rapidly into the Dabi Mountains. The success of our struggle in the Dabi Mountains was mainly due to our correct policies, including our military policy. This last was to establish military areas and sub-areas and to station 1/3 of the units of our field army there. This was because our success or failure would be determined not by how many enemy troops we could eliminate but by whether we could hold our ground. That was Chairman Mao's strategic decision. What would victory mean? Not that we had wiped out a certain number of enemy troops. Of course, we should try to eliminate the enemy, we should try hard to fight several battles of annihilation. In this connection, we did not fulfill our task well, and the number of enemy troops we annihilated was not great. Aside from the local peace preservation corps, we only wiped out a few enemy brigades. But the key question was whether we could hold our ground. Victory would mean that we were able to hold the territory we won. And we did that. We marched 500 kilometers until we reached the banks of the Yangtze, with Wuhan, Nanjing, and Shanghai before us. The areas we had liberated had a population of 45 million. That was a true victory. That was the significance of our 500-kilometer march. The Dabi Mountains did not allow much room for strategic maneuver and could hardly accommodate large numbers of troops. We felt particularly constrained there because we had been accustomed to operating on the plains, where we could disperse or concentrate large numbers of troops. After we divided our troops and established military areas and sub-areas, our main force shifted gradually towards the north. Incidentally, some Comrades were eager to fight a few battles of annihilation. We held a meeting at which I said we should avoid all battles. That was because we could not afford to lose one, or our situation would be hopeless. Later Bachin and I were separated. Bachin led the first column, the headquarters staff of the field army and the detachment directly under the headquarters out of the mountains to the area north of the Huihe River, where he exercised overall command of the field army. The 10th and 12th columns under Wang Hunkin and Zhang Kaikian, which had marched south towards the Dabi Mountains as follow-up units, were not in the mountains either. They were spreading out in the areas of Tongbei and Jiangan. Li Xiannian, Lida, and I kept a front-line command post in the mountains, which consisted of perhaps several hundred men *yen anyway, less than 1,000. We commanded some other columns too. Our principle was to avoid battle and do everything possible to gain a firm foothold. The 6th column undertook many more tasks than the others, shuttling back and forth in the mountains. Now it moved from west to east, now from east to west. Today it made one trip and tomorrow another. Nobody can recall how many trips it made. All this was intended to keep the enemy on the move and confuse him. The other units, scattered appropriately, stayed relatively quiet and avoided confrontations with the enemy. After 2 months of this, we reported to the Central Military Commission and Chairman Mao that we had obtained a firm foothold in the Dabi Mountains and accomplished our strategic task. Our main force withdrew north, preparing to fight major battles. The major battles were to be fought there. Our victory in the Dabi Mountains was mainly due to our accurate assessment of the situation and our correct handling of certain problems. We accomplished our strategic task without too much trouble and without too many casualties. We overcame all sorts of hardships, got a firm foothold and extended the battle line from the Yellow River to the Yangtze. That's why I say that the 2nd Field Army shouldered a heavy load in the strategic counteroffensive, or as I like to say, we passed the test. The 2nd Field Army was weakened by the struggle in the Dabi Mountains. Only the 9th column under Qin Jiwei maintained its full strength. The other 4 columns, the main body of the army, was now undermanned and found it hard to get recruits. Of the 4 columns, 3 had merely 2 brigades apiece, and only one had 3 brigades. It was with these units that we joined in the Huaihe Campa. When we prepared to join in the Huaihe campaign, the general situation was excellent. Victories had been won in the Northeast Theater, which greatly encouraged the whole nation. We had also gained a firm foothold in the Northwest. The main forces of the Central Plains, Shaanxi Hebei Shandong Henan, and East China Field Armies that were operating in the area of the Central Plains stood like the 3 legs of a tripod. The Huaihe campaign was a joint operation of the 2nd Field Army and the 3rd Field Army. As Chairman Mao said, the joint operation of the 2 armies meant not just a 2 or 3-fold increase of strength, a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. For the Huaihe campaign, the Central Committee formed a General Front Committee of 5 members. 3 of us were appointed to a standing committee, of which I was the secretary. Chairman Mao said to me, "I give you the power of command." Chairman Mao himself gave me that power. It was I who was responsible for making the policy decisions and the plans for the Huaihe campaign, in accordance with instructions from the Central Military Commission and Chairman Mao. During the campaign in which we crossed the Yangtze, after our troops broke through the enemy's defense line along the river, my command post was in the headquarters of the 3rd Field Army, and Zhang Zhen was the chief of staff. I drew up the plan for that campaign too, which was also known as the Nanjing-Shanghai-Hangzhou campaign. Before that, of course, we fought a few skirmishes. We never let pass a chance of winning a victory, we did everything we should have done. Later we moved out of the Dabi Mountains and reached western Henan, where we established the enlarged Central Plains Bureau and the Central Plains Military Command. The 2nd Field Army was a tightly knit unit, and there was excellent coordination between the higher and lower officers, between the columns and even at the grassroots level. You may have noticed that from the beginning of the war, every operation was commanded by the heads of the columns, not by Bachin and me. The Yangshanji battle was commanded by Chen Zidao. Quite a few battles were commanded by Chen Zilian. Some of the battles at Zhuangduiji were commanded by Wang Jinshan and Du Yide, and some by Chen Gang, Yang Yang, and Su Zhenhua. We never found that our subordinates made any mistakes, and we never had to correct the tactics of any column leader. If we had any different opinions about the way they were commanding an operation or discovered something that could be done better, we would contact them on the telephone. This practice greatly enhanced mutual trust between the higher and lower officers and increased the combat effectiveness of our troops. It also helped stimulate the initiative of the commanders, or in philosophical terms, helped them display their subjective initiative. The leaders trusted their subordinates and vice versa. We had relations of unity and mutual trust from the very beginning of our operations, and those relations gave us immense strength. It was mainly thanks to them that the 2nd Field Army grew into such a formidable combat force. No major battles were fought after the Huaihai campaign. After we crossed the Yangtze, no battles could be considered big except for the one fought by the 3rd Field Army in and around Shanghai. While marching into the southwest, we fought just one easy battle against Huzhongnan, and we did not have to fight much against Songzilian. But we fought a real battle and won a brilliant victory in suppressing the bandits. After we reached the Southwest Bureau summed up the tasks for 1950 in the following figures: 900,000, 900,000, 60 million, and 600,000. The first 900,000 referred to the number of Kuomintang officers and men who had revolted, surrendered, or been captured. We had to solve the big problem of absorbing them, making arrangements for them and remolding them through education. The second 900,000 referred to the bandits we had to wipe out. We accomplished that without too much trouble. In general, it was very difficult to fight bandits, but we fought so bravely that we struck fear into their hearts. The 60 million referred to the working masses, who accounted for 90% of the population in the Southwest. We had to arouse them to carry out land reform and emancipate themselves. The 600,000 referred to our own officers and men. We had to help them develop their abilities so that they could undertake new and heavy assignments. All of these 4 tasks were fulfilled satisfactorily. In the meantime, the 18th Army, which had once been a unit under the Shaanxi Hebei Shandong Henan Military Command, was incorporated into the 2nd Field Army. That's the history of the 2nd Field Army. We shouldered heavy loads and fulfilled our tasks, living up to the expectations of the party and the people. We suffered great hardships, but we surmounted all our difficulties. I can say that throughout all the battles, there was no unit that failed to do what was expected of it. All the units, even new ones, were able to carry out difficult tasks. All the units performed very well. That's all I have to say. I have been talking about the past, it is worth remembering. A talk with veteran comrades writing the history of the wars fought by the 2nd Field Army. We must adhere to socialism and prevent Peaceful evolution towards capitalism. November 23, 1989. The liberation and development of Africa cannot be accomplished in just a few years. The world is so full of colonialism, neocolonialism, hegemony, and power politics. It is more difficult than it used to be for small, poor countries, so they have to struggle even harder. The United States and the Soviet Union have held talks that showed an encouraging tendency towards disarmament. We are happy to see this. I looked forward to the end of the Cold War, but now I feel disappointed. It seems that one Cold War has come to an end, but that two others have already begun. One is being waged against all the countries of the South and the Third World, and the other against socialism. The Western countries are staging a Third World War without gunsmoke. By that I mean they want to bring about the peaceful evolution of socialist countries towards capitalism. We are not surprised at the developments in Eastern Europe. These changes were bound to take place sooner or later. The trouble there started from inside. The Western countries have the same attitude towards China as towards the East European countries. They are unhappy that China adheres to socialism. The turmoil that arose in China this year also had to come about sooner or later. We ourselves were partly to blame. As you know, two of our general secretaries fell because of their failure to deal with the problem of bourgeois liberalization. If China allowed bourgeois liberalization, there would inevitably be turmoil. We would accomplish nothing, and our principles, policies, line, and three-stage development strategy would all be doomed to failure. Therefore, we must take resolute measures to stop any unrest. Whenever there is unrest in future, we must stop it, so as to maintain stability. Western countries criticize us for violating human rights. As a matter of fact, they are the ones who have violated human rights. How many Chinese people were killed or wounded when the United States helped Chiang Kai-shek fight the Civil War? And how many Chinese volunteers were killed or wounded when it supported South Korea in the Korean War? And that's not counting the immeasurable losses inflicted on our people during a century of aggression by colonialists and imperialists, including the United States. So, they have no right to talk about human rights. We used to say that the United States and the Soviet Union were seeking hegemony. Now, at their summit meeting, the Group of Seven have been seeking hegemony and playing power politics too. After we put down the rebellion, the Group of Seven summit meeting issued a declaration imposing sanctions on China. What qualifies them to do that? Who granted them the authority? Actually, national sovereignty is far more important than human rights, but they often infringe upon the sovereignty of poor, weak countries of the Third World. Their talk about human rights, freedom, and democracy is only designed to safeguard the interests of the strong, rich countries, which take advantage of their strength to bully weak countries, and which pursue hegemony and practice power politics. We never listen to such stuff. Nor do you. Even in the past, when we were quite weak, we ignored them. When we started fighting in the Jinggang Mountains, we had only a few thousand men. Through 22 years of incessant war, we eventually defeated the imperialists and the forces they supported, and the Chinese people stood up. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, we also encountered enormous difficulties. The Civil War had just ended, problems were piling up at home, and abroad we were fighting a war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Actually, it was China and the United States who fought that war. The United States was a big power, and China was comparatively weak, especially in equipment. However, justice triumphed, and the United States had to sit down and Hold talks with us in Panmunjom. China's determination to adhere to socialism will not change. At the 13th National Party Congress we decided on the strategy of one central task, two basic points. We had put forward that idea 10 years ago, but it was at the 13th Party Congress that we summed it up in this phrase. We shall never deviate from this strategy. No threat can daunt us. Our party was born amid threats and matured amid threats. It struggled for 28 years before it founded the People's Republic. Anyway, things are much better than before. So long as socialism does not collapse in China, it will always hold its ground in the world. A talk with Julius Kambarage Nyerere, former president of Tanzania, chairman of the Tanzanian Revolutionary Party and chairman of the South Commission. First priority should always be given to national sovereignty and security. December 1, 1989. Just as international monopoly capitalists are imposing sanctions on China, you come to visit us with a large delegation. That is an expression of true friendship. In China we have an old saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Although we cannot say that we are really in need, we appreciate your showing your friendship by visiting us at this time. We do not feel isolated, since the number of people who offer us sympathy and support far exceeds the number of those who impose sanctions on us. The national leadership of our country has been shifted to members of a new generation. And it is now they who are dealing with state affairs. Reviewing the past 5 months, when they have been exercising overall leadership, we can see that my retirement has brought no change in China's strategy for development or in its principles and policies. The leaders of the Central Committee and of succeeding Central Committees will continue to uphold the line, principles, and policies that have been formulated since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. Why is it that these principles and policies cannot be changed? Because the practice of the last 10 years has proved them correct. If we gave up the policies of reform and opening to the outside world, that would be tantamount to abandoning our fundamental development strategy. Although we had made some mistakes in our work, the international climate was also partly responsible for the recent incident. Western countries, particularly the United States, set all their propaganda machines in motion to fan the flames, to encourage and support the so-called Democrats or opposition in China, who were in fact the scum of the Chinese nation. That is how the turmoil came about. In inciting unrest in many countries, they are actually playing power politics and seeking hegemony. They are trying to bring into their sphere of influence countries that heretofore they have not been able to control. Once this point is made clear, it will help us understand the nature of the problem and learn from experience. This turmoil has been a lesson to us. We are more keenly aware that first priority should always be given to national sovereignty and security. Some Western countries, on the pretext that China has an unsatisfactory human rights record and an irrational and illegitimate socialist system, attempt to jeopardize our national sovereignty. Countries that play power politics are not qualified to talk about human rights. How many people's human rights have they violated throughout the world? Since the Opium War, when they began to invade China, how many Chinese people's human rights have they violated? The Group of 7 summit meeting held in Paris adopted a resolution imposing sanctions on China, which meant they thought they had supreme authority and could impose sanctions on any country and people not obedient to their wishes. They are not the United Nations. And even the resolutions of the United Nations have to be approved by a majority before they come into force. What grounds have they for interfering in the internal affairs of China? Who gave them power to do that? The Chinese people will never accept any action that violates the norms of international relations, and they will never yield to outside pressure. This turmoil has also made us more aware of the importance of stability. When Nixon and Kissinger came to visit China not long ago, I told them that if China wanted to shake off poverty and modernize, stability was crucial. Actually, I had said the same thing to other Americans before this incident. We can accomplish nothing without a stable environment. So we had to quell the turmoil by imposing martial law. If factors that might cause unrest emerge in future, we shall take tough measures to eliminate them as quickly as possible, so as to protect our country from any external interference and to secure our national sovereignty. We have also drawn another lesson, that we must quickly correct the mistakes we made. In certain areas, ideological education should be strengthened. We still have to work hard. But in recent years we haven't talked enough about the need to work hard, and we haven't even done it ourselves. We haven't said much either about the need to rely chiefly on ourselves. And we have to readjust the economic order to ensure more rapid development. Although I have retired, I am still concerned about the development of Sino-Japanese relations. After all, our two countries are close neighbors, and I have always cherished a special feeling for the friendship between us. Even during the years when Japanese militarists were waging a war of aggression against China, many Japanese opposed the war. When we evaluate history, we should take all the elements into consideration. We should remember that Japan invaded China, but we should also remember that many Japanese people, including public figures, have worked hard to promote friendship between our two countries. Indeed, there have been a great many of them. Surely not everyone will be pleased that so large a delegation as yours has come to China. However, you have demonstrated by your courageous action that the Japanese people, like the Chinese people, hope that China and Japan will be friends from generation to generation. The only way to answer those few people who are unhappy to see China and Japan on good terms is to increasingly strengthen our friendship and expand our cooperation. Excerpt from a talk with Sakurao Yoshio and other leading members of a delegation from the Japanese Association for the Promotion of International Trade. Sino-US relations must be improved. December 10, 1989. Your visit to China at this time is very important. Although there are various disputes, problems and differences between China and the United States, relations between the two countries must eventually be improved. That is required for world peace and stability. It is our common wish to solve as quickly as possible the problems that have arisen between us since June, so that new progress can be made in our relations. I have retired, and this interview is no longer part of my duties. However, you are the special envoy of my friend President Bush, and it is only reasonable that I should meet you. China is of special international importance. What happens here can affect world stability and security. If there were disturbances in China, that would be a big problem that could have repercussions elsewhere. It would be a misfortune not only for China but also for the United States. China cannot be a threat to the United States, and the United States should not consider China as a threatening rival. We have never done anything to harm the United States. In the 17 years since 1972, the general situation in the world has been relatively stable. 1 important reason for this is that Sino-US relations have developed. China and the United States should not fight each other. I'm not talking just about a real war but also about a war of words. We should not encourage that. As I have said on many occasions, China cannot copy the system of the United States. it is up to the Americans to say whether their system is good or bad, and we do not interfere. In relations between two countries, each side should respect the other and consider the other's interests as much as possible. That is the way to settle disputes. Nothing will be accomplished if each country considers only its own interests. But if both sides make concessions, they can reach a good settlement acceptable to both. It will require efforts by both China and the United States to restore good relations. This must not be put off too long, or it would be damaging for both sides. I hope that as Special Envoy you will tell President Bush that there is a retired old man in China who is concerned about the improvement of Sino-US relations. Excerpt from a talk with Brent Scowcroft, Special Envoy of President George Bush of the United States and Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs. The basic law of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region is of historic and international significance. February 17, 1990. After almost 5 years of hard work, you have produced a law that is of historic and international significance. By historic I mean it is significant not only for the past and the present but also for the future. By international and far-reaching I mean it is significant not only for the Third World but for all mankind. This document is a creative masterpiece. I wish to express my thanks to you for your hard work and my congratulations on its completion. Impromptu remarks to members of the drafting committee for the basic law of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region who were attending its 9th plenary meeting. The basic law was adopted at the 3rd session of the 7th National People's Congress on April 4, 1990, and will go into effect on July 1, 1997. The International Situation and Economic Problems. March 3, 1990. How are we to view the changes in the international situation? Has the old world pattern come to an end and a new one taken shape? There are various opinions on this question, both at home and abroad. It seems to me that many of the views we have formed about international issues are still valid. Actually, the old pattern is changing but has not come to an end, and the new one is yet to take shape. As for the two great issues of peace and development, the first has not yet been resolved, and the second is even more pressing than before. The situation in which the United States and the Soviet Union dominated all international affairs is changing. Nevertheless, in future when the world becomes three-polar, four-polar or five-polar, the Soviet Union, no matter how weakened it may be and even if some of its republics withdraw from it, will still be one pole. In the so-called multipolar world, China too will be a pole. We should not belittle our own importance. One way or another, China will be counted as a pole. Our foreign policies remain the same: first, opposing hegemonism and power politics and safeguarding world peace, and second, working to establish a new international political order and a new international economic order. These two policies should be emphasized repeatedly. Specifically, we should maintain our contacts with all other countries and increase our contacts with both the Soviet Union and the United States. Whatever changes take place in the Soviet Union, we should steadily expand relations with it, including political relations, on the basis of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, and refrain from arguing over ideological differences. We should continue to observe the international situation. True, there are some questions that we do not fully understand right now, but that doesn't mean the whole picture is black. We should not think that the situation has deteriorated seriously or that we are in a very unfavorable position. Things are not so bad as they seem. In this world there are plenty of complicated contradictions, and some deep-seated ones have just come to light. There are contradictions that we can use, conditions that are favorable to us, opportunities that we can take advantage of. The problem is to seize them at the right moment. Considering the overall situation, no matter what changes may take place over the next 10 years, we should do solid work to develop the economy without delay. If we can quadruple the GNP in this decade, we shall have achieved an extraordinary success. We should pay particular attention to the question of the drop in the economic growth rate. I am worried about this. If our economy grows at the rate of only 4 or 5% a year, it will be all right for a couple of years. But if that rate continues for a long time, it will represent a decline compared with the growth in the rest of the world, especially in the East Asian and Southeast Asian countries and regions. Some countries have problems basically because they have failed to push their economy forward. In those countries, people don't have enough food and clothing, their wage increases are wiped out by inflation, their living standards keep dropping, and for a long time they have had to tighten their belts. If our economy continues to grow at a slow rate, it will be hard to raise living standards. Why do the people support us? Because over the last 10 years our economy has been developing and developing visibly. If the economy stagnated for 5 years or developed at only a slow rate, for example, at 4 or 5%, or even 2 or 3% a year, what effects would be produced? This is not only an economic problem but also a political one. When we work to improve the economic environment and rectify the economic order, we should therefore try to quickly attain an appropriate growth rate. What rate is appropriate? An appropriate rate is one that will enable us to redouble the GNP in this decade. To calculate the target GNP for the year 2000, we have to use constant, unexaggerated 1980 prices as the base and take into consideration the anticipated population growth. That will tell us how much the economy has to grow every year. Is this method of calculation correct and reliable? We must calculate honestly whether we can quadruple the GNP with an annual growth rate of 6%. After all, the actual increase in GNP will be reflected in the standard of living. The people can tell very well what their standard of living is. We leaders can never calculate it so well as they do. Their judgment is most accurate. What I mean is that the political stability we have already achieved is not enough to rely on. And although we have to strengthen ideological and political work and stress the need for hard struggle, we cannot depend on those measures alone. The crucial factor is economic growth, which will be reflected in a gradual rise in living standards. Only when people have felt the tangible benefits that come with stability and with the current systems and policies will there be true stability. No matter how the international situation changes, so long as we can ensure appropriate economic growth, we shall stand firm as Mount Tai. If we are to ensure such growth, we cannot confine ourselves to handling immediate, routine affairs. We must analyze problems from an overall, strategic point of view and work out concrete measures. We should seize every opportunity and make timely policy decisions. We should do some research to determine which localities have the most favorable conditions and promise the best economic returns. For example, it is of prime importance to develop Shanghai. That city is a trump card. By developing Shanghai, we shall be taking a shortcut. From a long-term point of view, the reform and development of agriculture in socialist China will proceed in 2 leaps. The first leap was to abolish the people's communes and institute the responsibility system, the main form of which is the household contract that links remuneration to output. This system marks a great step forward and should remain unchanged for a long time to come. The second leap will be to introduce large-scale operations and to expand the collective economy, so as to facilitate scientific farming and socialized production. This will be another great step forward. Of course, it will be a long process. The township and village enterprises play an important role in the rural economy and need to be expanded and improved. But at the same time we must always pay close attention to agriculture. It is easy for the countryside to become prosperous, but it is also easy for it to become poor. If farming is neglected, the rural economy will collapse. In short, it is still a big question whether we can prevent the economy from going downhill and quadruple the GNP by the end of this century. I am afraid that for at least the next 10 years this question will keep us awake at night. If China wants to withstand the pressure of hegemonism and power politics and to uphold the socialist system, it is crucial for us to achieve rapid economic growth and to carry out our development strategy. Excerpt from a talk with leading members of the Central Committee. We are working to revitalize the Chinese nation. April 7, 1990. 40 years have passed since the founding of the People's Republic of China, and we have laid a good foundation for economic development. Since the third plenary session of the 11th CPC Central Committee, we have been concentrating on modernizing the country so as to revitalize the Chinese nation. Unless we modernize, China will never attain its rightful position in the international community. But the modernization we are working for is socialist modernization. Only socialism can bind the people together, help them overcome their difficulties, prevent polarization of wealth and bring about common prosperity. Last year there was some unrest in China. As was necessary, we brought the situation under control. I asked others to tell President Bush that if the political situation in China became unstable, the trouble would spread to the rest of the world, with consequences that would be hard to imagine. Stability is essential to economic development, and only under the leadership of the Communist Party can there be a stable socialist China. Some Western countries have imposed sanctions on China, but to no avail. It was after 22 years of fighting that the People's Republic was founded, and the experience of blockades, sanctions, and isolation by certain countries has only served to mature it. Our development over the past 40 years, and especially over the last decade, has increased our strength. China will never collapse, on the contrary, it will grow stronger. This is what the nation, the people, and the times demand. I am a Chinese, and I am familiar with the history of foreign aggression against China. When I heard that the 7 Western countries, at their summit meeting, had decided to impose sanctions on China, my immediate association was to 1900, when the Allied forces of the 8 powers invaded China. 6 of these same 7 countries, excluding Canada, together with Tsarist Russia and Austria, constituted the 8 powers that formed the Allied forces in those days. Our people should study Chinese history, it will inspire us to develop the country. Some people abroad are talking about the Asia-Pacific century. Asia has a population of 3 billion people, and 1.1 billion of them live on the mainland of China. The so-called Asia-Pacific century will make no sense unless China develops. Of course, it will make no sense unless India develops too. The image of China depends on the mainland, and the prospects for China's development also depend on the mainland. Taiwan is contending with the mainland for authority over China. It really overestimates its strength. It would be better for both sides to be broad-minded. For our part, we have already shown our broad-mindedness by proposing the formula of 1 country, 2 systems. We believe that eventually our motherland will be reunified on the basis of that principle. It will not be long before the People's Republic of China, which is already a political power, becomes an economic power as well. China's seat in the United Nations belongs to the People's Republic. Although the average per capita income is quite low on the mainland, we are not backward in every field. For instance, our annual output of iron and steel has reached 60 million tons. Space technology and high technology in other areas have developed rapidly in China, and we have had a high rate of success in launching satellites. The Chinese are very intelligent. Chinese scientists have scored great achievements despite poor research conditions and poor living conditions. When the Chinese people are disunited, they are weak, but when they join together, they have enormous strength. We Chinese should bestir ourselves. The mainland has developed a solid economic foundation. Besides, we have tens of millions of overseas compatriots, and they want to see China grow strong and prosperous. We are unique in that respect. We shall seize every opportunity to develop. We do not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, nor do we fear their sanctions. China opposes hegemonism, and we shall never seek hegemony ourselves. China's prospects for the next century are excellent. Excerpt from a talk with Thanan Kiravanant, chairman of the board of the Chiatai Group in Thailand. China will never allow other countries to interfere in its internal affairs. July 11, 1990. Ever since last year, some countries have imposed sanctions on China. I think, first, they have no right to do so. Second, experience has proved that China has the ability to withstand these sanctions. Our economic development has been affected to some extent, but not very seriously. In fact, the sanctions are gradually abating. One special feature of China's development is that it has proceeded under international sanctions for most of the 40 years since the founding of the People's Republic. If there is nothing else we're good at withstanding sanctions. So we are not worried or pessimistic about them, we take them calmly. Despite the trouble that has arisen in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and despite the sanctions imposed by 7 Western countries, we adhere to one principle: to maintain contacts and build good relations with the Soviet Union, with the United States, and also with Japan and the European countries. We have never wavered in this principle. China is magnanimous and is not upset by trifles like that. China will never accept interference by other countries in its internal affairs. It was on the basis of our own conditions that we decided upon our social system, a system that our people endorse. Why should we accept foreign interference designed to change that decision? The key principle governing the new international order should be non-interference in other countries' internal affairs and social systems. It won't work to require all the countries in the world to copy the pattern set by the United States, Britain, and France. There are many Islamic countries, making up 1/5 of the world's population. In these countries it is absolutely impossible to introduce a so-called democratic system of the American type. The People's Republic of China, with another 1/5 of the world's population, will not adopt America's capitalist system either. The African countries too, through the Organization of African Unity, demand with one voice that no other country interfere in their internal affairs. This is the general trend throughout the world. Given this background, if the Western developed countries insisted on interfering in other countries' internal affairs and social systems, it would lead to international turmoil, especially in the developing countries of the Third World, which need a stable political environment to lift themselves out of poverty. If there is political instability, how can they concentrate on solving the problem of food? Not to mention the problem of development. We must therefore take the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence as the norms for the new international political and economic order. Hegemonism and power politics, which have emerged in new form, cannot last long. Allowing a few countries to monopolize everything, as they have done for years, has never solved any problems, and it never will. The conditions necessary for China to reach its development goal are a stable domestic environment and a peaceful international environment. We don't care what people say about us. What we do care about is to have a good environment in which to develop our country. We shall be satisfied if history proves the superiority of the Chinese socialist system. Whether the social systems of other countries are good or bad is not our business. After the events in Eastern Europe, I told some Americans not to rejoice too soon. The situation was complicated enough, the problems of Eastern Europe had not been solved. And it would be better for people not to provoke more trouble. If China were in turmoil, can you imagine what it would be like? I don't think it would simply be the same as the Cultural Revolution, when the older generation of Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai and other prestigious leaders were around. Although the Cultural Revolution has been described as a full-scale civil war, there was no fierce fighting, no actual civil war. But now things have changed. If the situation deteriorated to the point where our party and the state power couldn't function, with each faction controlling a part of the army, a civil war would indeed erupt. As soon as they seized power, the so-called fighters for democracy would start fighting each other. And if a civil war broke out, with blood flowing like a river, what human rights would there be? If civil war broke out in China, with each faction dominating a region, production declining, transportation disrupted and not millions or tens of millions but hundreds of millions of refugees fleeing the country, it is the Asia-Pacific region, which is at present the most promising in the world, that would be the first to be affected. And that would lead to disaster on a world scale. So China must not allow itself to descend into turmoil. We have that responsibility to ourselves and to all mankind. Even responsible foreign statesmen would acknowledge that China must remain stable. Human rights and democratic rights are not related to this question. The only solution is peaceful coexistence and cooperation of all countries with different social systems on the basis of the 5 principles, not interference in other countries' internal affairs and provoking disorders. China has raised this question to alert everyone, to remind all countries to be careful when they decide on their policies towards China. Excerpt from a talk with Pierre Elliott Trudeau, former Prime Minister of Canada. We should all strive to reunify the motherland. September 15, 1990. Recently the Taiwan side has shown a little more flexibility. Nevertheless, some people in Taiwan want to create one country, 2 governments and even to change the composition of the United Nations. In reality, they are still trying to create 2 Chinas. At present, the United Nations recognizes the government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government of China, and Taiwan as a part of China. How can the authorities in Taiwan be called the Chinese government? They can't. Nothing could be more reasonable than the one country, 2 systems arrangement. What would Taiwan stand to lose by it? This is an opportunity for Taiwan and the entire nation. All of us should work hard to push Taiwan towards reunification. The mainland, with a population of 1.1 billion, 92% of which is of the Han nationality and 8% of other nationalities, is the largest part of China. Our policies towards all ethnic groups are correct and guarantee genuine equality among them. We always pay close attention to the interests of the minorities. One important feature of China is precisely that there are no major disputes between ethnic groups. Our compatriots on the mainland, those in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau, and the overseas Chinese are all descendants of the Chinese people. We should all strive to reunify our motherland and revitalize our nation. Excerpt from a talk with Kuok Hoc Nguyen, Chairman of the Board of Kuok Brothers. SDN. BHD. Private, Limited, in Malaysia. Seize the opportunity to develop the economy. December 24, 1990. There are many unpredictable factors affecting the international situation, and the contradictions are becoming increasingly evident. The current situation is more complex and chaotic than in the past, when the two hegemonist powers were contending for world domination. No one knows how to clear up the mess. Some developing countries would like China to become the leader of the third world. But we absolutely cannot do that. This is one of our basic state policies. We can't afford to do it, and besides, we aren't strong enough. There is nothing to be gained by playing that role, we would only lose most of our initiative. China will always side with the third world countries, but we shall never seek hegemony over them or serve as their leader. Nevertheless, we cannot simply do nothing in international affairs, we have to make our contribution. In what respect? I think we should help promote the establishment of a new international political and economic order. We do not fear anyone, but we should not give offense to anyone either. We should act in accordance with the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence and never deviate from them. I am satisfied with the work of the Central Committee over the last year and a half. I am completely in favor of the effort made at the 7th plenary session of the 13th Central Committee to seek unity of thinking within the party, and I fully agree with the new 5-year plan and the 10-year program. It seems to me that agriculture has great potential for development, and we should never relax our efforts in this regard. As for steel, to meet our needs we have to produce 100 to 120 million tons a year. That is a goal of strategic importance. We should build more nuclear power stations. It's also very important to develop oil and gas fields, to build railways and highways, and to protect the natural environment. To reach the goal of quadrupling GNP by the end of the century we shall have to do solid work. But if we can reach it, in another 30 to 50 years our country will rank among the first in the world in overall strength. That will really demonstrate the superiority of socialism. We must understand theoretically that the difference between capitalism and socialism is not a market economy as opposed to a planned economy. Socialism has regulation by market forces, and capitalism has control through planning. Do you think capitalism has absolute freedom without any control? The most favored nation status is also a form of control. You must not think that if we have some market economy we shall be taking the capitalist road. That's simply not true. Both a planned economy and a market economy are necessary. If we did not have a market economy, we would have no access to information from other countries and would have to reconcile ourselves to lagging behind. Don't be afraid of taking a few risks. By now we have developed the ability to take risks. Why were we able to control inflation so quickly without having much effect on the market and the currency? Because we have been carrying out the reform and opening for 11 or 12 years. As we go further with the reform and open wider to the outside world, we shall be better able to cope with problems if they arise. Don't be afraid of risks. We can't do anything without taking some risks. It is a big problem to find ways for the coastal areas to assist the inland areas. We can have one coastal province help one or two inland provinces. Nevertheless, we should not lay too heavy a burden on the coastal areas all at once. During the initial period they can just transfer certain technologies to the interior. Since the very beginning of the reform, we have been emphasizing the need for seeking common prosperity. That will surely be the central issue someday. Socialism does not mean allowing a few people to grow rich, while the overwhelming majority live in poverty. No, that's not socialism. The greatest superiority of socialism is that it enables all the people to prosper, and common prosperity is the essence of socialism. If polarization occurred, things would be different. The contradictions between various ethnic groups, regions, and classes would become sharper and, accordingly, the contradictions between the central and local authorities would also be intensified. That would lead to disturbances. I have said more than once that stability is of overriding importance and that we cannot abandon the people's democratic dictatorship. If some people practice bourgeois liberalization and create turmoil by demanding bourgeois human rights and democracy, we have to stop them. Marx once said that the theory of class struggle was not his discovery. The heart of his theories was the dictatorship of the proletariat. For a fairly long period of time the proletariat, as a new, rising class, is necessarily weaker than the bourgeoisie. If it is to seize political power and build socialism, it must therefore impose a dictatorship to resist capitalist attack. To keep to the socialist road, we must uphold the dictatorship of the proletariat, which we call the people's democratic dictatorship. This principle is just as important as the other three cardinal principles. So it is necessary for us to explain theoretically the necessity of upholding the people's democratic dictatorship. The crucial thing for China is for the Communist Party to have a good political bureau, particularly a good standing committee of the political bureau. So long as no problems arise in those two bodies, China will be as stable as Mount Tai. Internationally, no one will look down upon us, and more people will invest in China. We should seize every opportunity to develop the economy. The year after next, at the party's Congress, younger people who are full of energy should be elected to the political bureau and especially to its standing committee. We should not underestimate the achievements we have scored during the last year and a half. The domestic and international situation has been better than we had anticipated. Now the most important thing is to have a united core of leadership. If we can go on in this way for 50 or 60 years, socialist China will be invincible. Excerpt from a talk with leading members of the CPC Central Committee. Remarks made during an inspection tour of Shanghai, January 28 to February 18, 1991. It is late for us to be developing Shanghai, so we have to work hard. When we decided to establish the 4 special economic zones in 1979, we chose them mainly on the basis of their geographical advantages. Shenzhen is adjacent to Hong Kong, and Zhuhai is close to Macau. We chose Shantou because there are many natives of nearby Chaozhou living in Southeast Asian countries. Xiamen became a special economic zone because many natives of southern Fujian have emigrated to other countries and gone into trade. However, we did not take the intellectual advantages of Shanghai into account. Since the people of Shanghai are clever and well educated, if we had decided to establish a special economic zone here, the city would look very different. Now, the 14 open coastal cities include Shanghai, but these have no special status. It would Have been better to develop the Pudong district a few years ago, like the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone. Development of the Pudong district will have a great impact not just on the district itself but on all of Shanghai, which in turn will serve as a base for the development of the Yangtze Delta and the whole Yangtze Basin. So we should lose no time in developing the Pudong district and persevere until construction is completed. So long as we keep our word and act in accordance with international practice, foreign entrepreneurs will choose to invest in Shanghai. That is the right way to compete. Finance is very important, because it is the core of the modern economy. Handling financial affairs well is the key to success in this sphere. Shanghai used to be a financial center where different currencies were freely exchanged, and it should become so again. If China is to acquire international status in finance, we should depend primarily on Shanghai. It will take many years, but we should act now. Our party should adhere to the policies of reform and opening to the outside world for decades to come. Some people may have different views about this, but they are still well-intentioned. One reason people may differ is that they are not adapting to the new policies, another is that they are afraid problems will arise. If I am the only one to speak in favor of reform and opening up, it won't be enough. The entire party membership should do so too, and for decades. Of course, we should not be too impatient, we have to use facts to demonstrate that our policies are correct. When we proposed instituting the household contract responsibility system with remuneration linked to output, many people disagreed and doubted that the system was socialist. They didn't say anything, but in their hearts they were not convinced, and they dragged their feet about applying it. Some people refused to apply it for 2 years, and we just waited. Don't think that any planned economy is socialist and any market economy is capitalist. That's not the way things are. In fact, planning and regulation by the market are both means of controlling economic activity, and the market can also serve socialism. We cannot keep the door closed to the outside world. During the Cultural Revolution, there was the Fengqing incident. I quarreled about it with the Gang of Four. Since it was only a 10,000 ton ship, it was nothing to boast about. In 1920, when I went to study in France, I took a foreign packet of 50,000 tons. Now that China is opening to the outside world, we can make ships of 100,000 and 200,000 tons. If we hadn't opened up, we would still be hammering out automobile parts the way we did in the past. Now things are vastly different. There has been a qualitative change that can be seen in every field, not just in the automobile industry. We have to be determined about opening to the outside, because there are many obstacles in the way. Some people say that the 3 forms of ventures involving foreign investment, joint, cooperative and foreign-owned, are not part of the national economy, and they are afraid to see them develop. This is not good. It is hard to develop the economy without opening up. Countries all over the world have to open up for economic development, and the Western countries encourage the flow of funds and technology. Defense-related enterprises have long since begun to manufacture both military and civilian products. That is the right thing to do. In some countries this has not been done, and they have therefore run into difficulties. We should overcome our fears. Everything has to be tried first by someone. That's the only way new trails are blazed. That first person must be prepared to fail, but if he does, it doesn't matter. So I hope the people of Shanghai will further emancipate their minds, be more daring and move ahead faster. Address to leading cadres of Shanghai. Review your experience and use professionally trained people. August 20, 1991. The situation in China is now stable. That is because, for one thing, we resolutely adhered to socialism when we quelled the unrest in 1989, and because, for another, we have persisted in the policies of reform and opening to the outside world. If we hadn't taken action to prove that we were still adhering to those policies, the situation would not be stable. The future of China hinges on our adhering to those policies, and we should explain that fully to the people. In reviewing the experience we have gained in economic work during this period, what should we emphasize? I think we should emphasize our experience in reform and opening up. Without the leap that we have made in economic development over the past 10 years by carrying out those policies, it would have been impossible for us to improve the economic environment and rectify the economic order. It is right to stress stability. But if we overdo it, we may let opportunities slip by. Right now we have double-digit industrial growth, and things are going well in agriculture too. It seems that our economy tends to develop in waves, moving rapidly ahead for a few years, reaching a higher stage, after which we pause to solve the problems that have arisen, and then moving on again. Our experience shows that we must have stability, but that stability alone cannot solve all problems. Then should we emphasize it in future? Yes, but we should analyze the specific conditions to decide when and how to do so. In any event, stability is not the only thing we should emphasize. It is particularly important not to abandon the fundamental policies of reform and opening up. That is the only way to seize opportunities to push the economy to a higher stage. In this connection, we can follow the example of other countries. Many countries have progressed in this manner and lifted themselves out of poverty in only 10 years. Great changes are taking place in the world, and this gives us an opportunity. People are talking about the Asia-Pacific century. Where do we stand? In the past, China lagged behind the developed countries but was more advanced than the poor ones. This last is no longer always the case. Some countries in Southeast Asia are full of enthusiasm for development and may move ahead of us. China is developing too, but compared with them we have a huge population, and the world market is already dominated by other countries. So we find ourselves under pressure. We can consider it friendly pressure. But if we don't seize this opportunity to raise the economy to a higher level, other countries will leap ahead of us, leaving us far behind. Somehow I feel this is a problem, and I hope you will study it. We don't often have an opportunity like this. We must continue to stress the need to combat bourgeois liberalization. In carrying out the reform and the open policy, and in shifting the focus of our work to economic development, we are not abandoning Marx, Lenin, and Mao Zedong. We cannot forget our forefathers. The problem is to get a clear understanding of what socialism is and how we can build and expand it. Another problem is how to find and use professionally trained people. They are really hard to come by. You come from grassroots units. When you worked there, you knew or came into contact with all kinds of people, both at your own level and at other levels. If you think some of them are talented, even if they have certain weaknesses, you should not hesitate to employ them. Trained people can be very useful. Indeed, we can do nothing without them. In 1975, when I was responsible for straightening things out in all fields of endeavor, I used a few capable people, and with their help I succeeded in restoring order in certain areas and making great changes. The problem is that there aren't many truly competent people. We don't try hard enough to identify them, and when we do, we hesitate to employ them. People may have different opinions about someone. Complete agreement is not possible. but if a person has some weaknesses, we can point them out to him and meantime let him work. On the whole, we have not paid much attention to using capable people. I suggest that you leading comrades review your experience in this regard, respect professionally trained people and recruit them in large numbers. In short, I am formally suggesting that you review your experience and employ professionally trained people. Excerpt from a talk with leading members of the CPC Central Committee. Excerpts from talks given in Wuchang, Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and Shanghai. January 18 to February 21, 1992. I was here in Guangdong in 1984. At that time rural reform had been underway for several years, and we were just beginning to introduce urban reform and to establish special economic zones. 8 years have passed since then. This time, during my trip here, I have found that the rapid growth in the Shenzhen and Zhuhai special economic zones and some other areas has exceeded my expectations. After what I have seen, I am even more confident. Revolution means the emancipation of the productive forces, and so does reform. The overthrow of the reactionary rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism helped release the productive forces of the Chinese people. This was revolution, so revolution means the emancipation of the productive forces. After the basic socialist system has been established, it is necessary to fundamentally change the economic structure that has hampered the development of the productive forces and to establish a vigorous socialist economic structure that will promote their development. This is reform. So reform also means the emancipation of the productive forces. In the past, we only stressed expansion of the productive forces under socialism, without mentioning the need to liberate them through reform. That conception was incomplete. Both the liberation and the expansion of the productive forces are essential in upholding the line, principles, and policies formulated since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of the CPC. It is essential to adhere to the principle of one central task and two basic points. If we did not adhere to socialism, implement the policies of reform and opening to the outside world, develop the economy and raise living standards, we would find ourselves in a blind alley. We should adhere to the basic line for 100 years, with no vacillation. That is the only way to win the trust and support of the people. Anyone who attempted to change the line, principles, and policies adopted since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee would not be countenanced by the people, he would be toppled. I have said this several times. Had it not been for the achievements of the reform and the open policy, we could not have weathered June 4th. And if we had failed that test, there would have been chaos and civil war. The Cultural Revolution was a civil war. Why was it that our country could remain stable after the June 4th incident? It was precisely because we had carried out the reform and the open policy, which have promoted economic growth and raised living standards. The army and the government should therefore safeguard the socialist system and these policies. In the short span of the last dozen years, the rapid development of our country has delighted the people and attracted world attention. This suffices to prove the correctness of the line, principles, and policies adopted since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. No one could change them, even if he wanted to. After all that's been said, I can sum up our position in one sentence: we shall keep to this line and these principles and policies. Since we introduced the reform and the open policy, we have drawn up many rules and regulations covering all fields of endeavor. Clear-cut guidelines and policies concerning economic and political affairs, science and Technology, education, culture, and military and foreign affairs have been worked out and expressed in precise terms. The recent 8th plenary session of the 13th Central Committee was a success. It declared that the rural household contract responsibility system with remuneration linked to output should remain unchanged. Any change in that system would cause concern among the people, who would say that the Central Committee had altered its policy. In the initial stage of the rural reform, there emerged in Anhui province the issue of the fool sunflower seeds. Many people felt uncomfortable with this man who had made a profit of 1 million yuan. They called for action to be taken against him. I said that no action should be taken, because that would make people think we had changed our policies, and the loss would outweigh the gain. There are many problems like this one. And if we don't handle them properly, our policies could easily be undermined and overall reform affected. The basic policies for urban and rural reform must be kept stable for a long time to come. Of course, as the reform progresses, some of these policies should be improved or amended as necessary. But we should keep firmly to our general direction. It doesn't matter much whether we can come up with new ideas. What matters is that we should not change our policies and should not make people feel that we are changing them. Then the prospects for China will be excellent. 2. We should be bolder than before in conducting reform and opening to the outside and have the courage to experiment. We must not act like women with bound feet. Once we are sure that something should be done, we should dare to experiment and break a new path. That is the important lesson to be learned from Shenzhen. If we don't have the pioneering spirit, if we're afraid to take risks, if we have no energy and drive, we cannot break a new path, a good path, or accomplish anything new. Who dares claim that he is 100% sure of success and that he is taking no risks? No one can ever be 100% sure at the outset that what he is doing is correct. I've never been that sure. Every year leaders should review what they have done, continuing those measures that have proved correct, acting promptly to change those that have proved wrong and tackling new problems as soon as they are identified. It will probably take another 30 years for us to develop a more mature and well-defined system in every field. The principles and policies to be applied under each system will also be more firmly established. We are constantly accumulating more experience in building a Chinese-style socialism. Judging from the local press, the provinces have gained considerable experience, each proceeding in light of its own particular features. That's good. Creativity is just what we want. The reason some people hesitate to carry out the reform and the open policy and dare not break new ground is, in essence, that they're afraid it would mean introducing too many elements of capitalism and, indeed, taking the capitalist road. The crux of the matter is whether the road is capitalist or socialist. The chief criterion for making that judgment should be whether it promotes the growth of the productive forces in a socialist society, increases the overall strength of the socialist state and raises living standards. As for building special economic zones, some people disagreed with the idea right from the start, wondering whether it would not mean introducing capitalism. The achievements in the construction of Shenzhen have given these people a definite answer: special economic zones are socialist, not capitalist. In the case of Shenzhen, the publicly owned sector is the mainstay of the economy, while the foreign invested sector accounts for only a quarter. And even in that sector, we benefit from taxes and employment opportunities. We should have more of the three kinds of foreign invested ventures: joint, cooperative, and foreign owned. There is no reason to be afraid of them, so long as we keep level headed, there is no cause for alarm. We have our advantages, we have the large and medium-sized state-owned enterprises and the rural enterprises. More important, political power is in our hands. Some people argue that the more foreign investment flows in and the more ventures of the three kinds are established, the more elements of capitalism will be introduced and the more capitalism will expand in China. These people lack basic knowledge. At the current stage, foreign-funded enterprises in China are allowed to make some money in accordance with existing laws and policies. But the government levies taxes on those enterprises, workers get wages from them, and we learn technology and managerial skills. In addition, we can get information from them that will help us open more markets. Therefore, subject to the constraints of China's overall political and economic conditions, foreign-funded enterprises are useful supplements to the socialist economy, and in the final analysis they are good for socialism. The proportion of planning to market forces is not the essential difference between socialism and capitalism. A planned economy is not equivalent to socialism, because there is planning under capitalism too. A market economy is not capitalism, because there are markets under socialism too. Planning and market forces are both means of controlling economic activity. The essence of socialism is liberation and development of the productive forces, elimination of exploitation and polarization, and the ultimate achievement of prosperity for all. This concept must be made clear to the people. Are securities and the stock market good or bad? Do they entail any dangers? Are they peculiar to capitalism? Can socialism make use of them? We allow people to reserve their judgment, but we must try these things out. If, after 1 or 2 years of experimentation, they prove feasible, we can expand them. Otherwise, we can put a stop to them and be done with it. We can stop them all at once or gradually, totally, or partially. What is there to be afraid of? So long as we keep this attitude, everything will be all right, and we shall not make any major mistakes. In short, if we want socialism to achieve superiority over capitalism, we should not hesitate to draw on the achievements of all cultures and to learn from other countries, including the developed capitalist countries, all advanced methods of operation and techniques of management that reflect the laws governing modern socialized production. To take the road to socialism is to realize common prosperity step by step. Our plan is as follows: where conditions permit, some areas may develop faster than others. Those that develop faster can help promote the progress of those that lag behind, until all become prosperous. If the rich keep getting richer and the poor poorer, polarization will emerge. The socialist system must and can avoid polarization. One way is for the areas that become prosperous first to support the poor ones by paying more taxes or turning in more profits to the state. Of course, this should not be done too soon. At present, we don't want to dampen the vitality of the developed areas or encourage the practice of having everyone eat from the same big pot. We should study when to raise this question and how to settle it. I can imagine that the right time might be the end of the century, when our people are living a fairly comfortable life. At that time, while developed areas continue to grow, they should also give strong support to less developed areas by paying more taxes, turning in more profits and transferring technology. Most of the less developed areas are rich in resources and have great potential for development. In short, taking the country as whole, I am confident that we can gradually bridge the gap between coastal and inland areas. In the beginning, opinions were divided about the reform and the open policy. That was normal. The difference was not only over the special economic zones but also over the bigger issues, such as the rural reform that introduced the household contract responsibility system with remuneration linked to output and abolished the system of people's communes. Initially, in the country as a whole, only 1/3 of the provinces launched the reform. By the second year, however, more than 2/3 of them had done so, and the third year almost all the rest joined in. At first, people were not enthusiastic about rural reform, and many waited to see how it would work. It was our policy to permit people to do that, which was much better than coercing them. In carrying out the line, principles, and policies adopted since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, we did not resort to compulsion or mass movements. People were allowed to follow the line on a voluntary basis, doing as much or as little as they wished. In this way, others gradually followed suit. It was my idea to discourage contention, so as to have more time for action. Once disputes begin, they complicate matters and waste a lot of time. As a result, nothing is accomplished. Don't argue, try bold experiments and blaze new trails. That's the way it was with rural reform, and that's the way it should be with urban reform. At present, we are being affected by both right and left tendencies. But it is the left tendencies that have the deepest roots. Some theorists and politicians try to intimidate people by pinning political labels on them. That is not a right tactic but a left one. Left tendencies have a revolutionary connotation, giving the impression that the more left one is, the more revolutionary one is. In the history of the party, those tendencies have led to dire consequences. Some fine things were destroyed overnight. Right tendencies can destroy socialism, but so can left ones. China should maintain vigilance against the right but primarily against the left. The right still exists, as can be seen from disturbances. But the left is there too. Regarding reform and the open policy as means of introducing capitalism, and seeing the danger of peaceful evolution towards capitalism as coming chiefly from the economic sphere are left tendencies. If we keep clear heads, we shall not commit gross errors, and when problems emerge, they can be easily put right. 3. If we are to seize opportunities to promote China's all-round development, it is crucial to expand the economy. The economies of some of our neighboring countries and regions are growing faster than ours. If our economy stagnates or develops only slowly, the people will make comparisons and ask why. Therefore, those areas that are in a position to develop should not be obstructed. Where local conditions permit, development should proceed as fast as possible. There is nothing to worry about so long as we stress efficiency and quality and develop an export-oriented economy. Slow growth equals stagnation and even retrogression. We must grasp opportunities. The present offers an excellent one. The only thing I worry about is that we may lose opportunities. If we don't seize them, they will slip through our fingers as time speeds by. In developing the economy, we should strive to reach a higher level every few years. Of course, this should not be interpreted as encouraging unrealistic speed. We should do solid work, stressing efficiency, so as to realize steady, coordinated progress. Guangdong, for example, should try to mount several steps and catch up with the 4 little dragons of Asia in 20 years. In relatively developed areas such as Jiangsu province, growth should be faster than the national average. Shanghai is another example. It has all the necessary conditions for faster progress. It enjoys obvious advantages in skilled people, technology and management and can have an impact over a wide area. In retrospect, one of my biggest mistakes was leaving out Shanghai when we launched the 4 special economic zones. If Shanghai had been included, the situation with regard to reform and opening in the Yangtze Delta, the entire Yangtze River Valley and, indeed, the whole country would be quite different. Judging from what we have accomplished in recent years, it should be possible for our economy to reach a new stage every few years. We actually started the reform in 1980. In 1981, 1982, and 1983 it was carried out primarily in the countryside. In 1984 the focus shifted to urban areas. The years from 1984 to 1988 witnessed comparatively rapid economic growth. During those 5 years rural reform brought about many changes. Grain output increased substantially, as did the peasants' income, and rural enterprises emerged as a new force. The purchasing power of peasants increased and many new houses were built. The 4 big items, bicycles, sewing machines, radios and wristwatches, entered ordinary peasant households, along with some more expensive consumer goods. The increase of farm and sideline products, the expansion of rural markets and the shift of surplus farm labor to rural enterprises stimulated industrial development. In those 5 years the gross industrial output value amounted to more than 6 trillion yuan, with an average annual growth rate of 21.7%. Production of processed food, clothing, housing, transportation, and commodities for daily use, including major appliances such as color TV sets, refrigerators, and washing machines, increased by a wide margin. There was also substantial growth in the production of capital goods such as rolled steel and cement. Thus, agriculture and industry, rural areas and urban areas had a reciprocal impact, progress in one sector promoting progress in the other. This is a vivid, convincing model of the development process. It can be said that during this period, China's wealth expanded considerably, and the economy as a whole was raised to a new level. In 1989 we began the drive to improve the economic environment and rectify the economic order, which I endorsed because it was plainly necessary. The overheated economy had resulted in a number of problems. For instance, the issuance of too much currency had led to major price rises, and there was much wasteful duplicate construction. Nevertheless, what should be our overall assessment of the accelerated development in those 5 years? We might call it a leap, but unlike the Great Leap Forward of 1958, it did not damage the structure and mechanisms of economic development as a whole. In my opinion, the accelerated development of that period was no small contribution. Our 3-year effort to improve the economic environment and rectify the economic order was a success. But in assessing that effort, we can say it was an achievement only in the sense that we stabilized the economy. Should not the accelerated development of the preceding 5 years be considered an achievement too? An achievement in one respect at least. Had it not been for the leap in those years when the economy rose to a new level, the readjustment of the following 3 years could not have been carried out so smoothly. It seems to me that, as a rule, at certain stages we should seize the opportunity to accelerate development for a few years, deal with problems as soon as they are recognized, and then move on. Basically, when we have enough material wealth, we shall have the initiative in handling contradictions and problems. For a big developing nation like China, it is impossible to attain faster economic growth steadily and smoothly at all times. Attention must be paid to stable and proportionate development, but stable and proportionate are relative terms, not absolute. Development is the absolute principle. We must be clear about this question. If we fail to analyze it properly and to understand it correctly, we shall become overcautious, not daring to emancipate our minds and act freely. Consequently, we shall lose opportunities. Like a boat sailing against the current, we must forge ahead or be swept downstream. The experience of other countries shows that some of them, Japan, South Korea and parts of Southeast Asia, for example, have gone through one or more periods of rapid development. Since we have the necessary domestic conditions and a favorable international environment, and since under the socialist system we have the advantage of being able to concentrate our forces on a major task, it is now both possible and necessary for us to bring about, in the prolonged process of modernization, several periods of rapid growth with good economic returns. We must have this ambition. Rapid development of the economy can only be based on science, technology and education. I have said that science and technology are a primary productive force. How fast they have progressed over the past 10 or 20 years. One breakthrough in the field of high technology promotes the growth of several industries. Could we have developed so rapidly in recent years without science and technology? We must promote science, for that is where our hope lies. Over the past decade, China has made substantial progress in science and technology. I hope still greater progress can be made in the 1990s. People in every field of endeavor should set a clear-cut strategic goal and reach it. China should take its place in the world in the field of high technology too. I am no professional, but I want to thank the scientists and engineers for their contributions to China and the honors they have won for our country. We should remember the days when scientists of the older generation, such as Qian Suisun, Li Siguang, and Qian Sanqiang, developed the atomic and hydrogen bombs, satellites, and many other high technologies under extremely difficult conditions. It should be said that scientists are luckier today, so we can demand more of them. I have said that intellectuals are part of the working class. Veteran and middle-aged scientists are important, and so are young ones. We hope all those who are studying abroad will come back. All overseas students may return and enjoy proper arrangements for their life and work, regardless of their previous political attitudes. This policy will not change. They should be told that if they want to make their contributions, it would be better for them to come home. I hope that concerted efforts will be made to accelerate progress in China's scientific, technological and educational undertakings. We should develop science and technology, and the higher and newer the technologies are, the better, and the more delighted we shall be, and not just we, but the entire people and the state. We should all love our country and help to develop it. 4. There are two tasks we have to keep working at, on the one hand, the reform and opening process, and on the other, the crackdown on crime. We must be steadfast with regard to both. In combating crime and eliminating social evils, we must not be soft. Guangdong is trying to catch up with Asia's four little dragons in 20 years, not only in terms of economic growth, but also in terms of improved public order and general social conduct. That is, we should surpass them in both material and ethical progress. Only that can be considered building socialism with Chinese characteristics. Thanks to a strict administration, Singapore has good public order. We should learn from its experience and surpass it in this respect. Since China opened its doors to the outside world, decadent things have come in along with the others, and evils such as drug abuse, prostitution, and economic crimes have emerged in some areas. Special attention must be paid to these evils, and resolute measures must be taken to stamp them out and prevent them from spreading. After the founding of New China, it took only 3 years to wipe these things out. Who in this world has ever been able to eliminate the abuse of opium and heroin? Neither the Kuomintang nor the capitalist countries. But facts have shown that the Communist Party was able to do it. Throughout the process of reform and opening, we must combat corruption. Cadres and party members should consider it of prime importance to build a clean government. But we still have to rely on the law, which provides a firm guarantee. In short, so long as we develop our productive forces, maintain a reasonable economic growth rate, promote reform and opening and, at the same time, crack down on crime, we shall be able to build a socialist society with advanced ethical standards. Throughout the process of reform and opening, we must also adhere to the 4 cardinal principles. At the 6th plenary session of the 12th Central Committee I said that the struggle against bourgeois liberalization must be conducted for 20 years. Now it seems it will take longer. The rampant spread of bourgeois liberalization may have grave consequences. It has taken the special economic zones more than 10 years to reach the present stage. They can collapse overnight. Collapse is easy, but construction is difficult. If we don't nip bourgeois liberalization in the bud, we may find ourselves in trouble. One of the basic concepts of Marxism is that the socialist system must be defended by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx once said the theory of class struggle was not his discovery. His real discovery was the theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat. History has proved that a new, rising class that has just taken power is, generally speaking, weaker than the opposing classes. It must therefore resort to dictatorship to consolidate its power. Democracy is practiced within the ranks of the people and dictatorship over the enemy. This is the people's democratic dictatorship. It is right to consolidate the people's power by employing the force of the people's democratic dictatorship. There is nothing wrong in that. We have been building socialism for only a few decades and are still in the primary stage. It will take a very long historical period to consolidate and develop the socialist system, and it will require persistent struggle by many generations, a dozen or even several dozens. We can never rest on our oars. The implementation of the correct political line must be ensured by a correct organizational line. In a sense, whether we can manage our domestic affairs well, whether we can keep to the socialist road and adhere to reform and the open policy, whether we can develop the economy more rapidly and whether we can maintain long-term peace and stability will all be determined by people. The imperialists are pushing for peaceful evolution towards capitalism in China, placing their hopes on the generations that will come after us. Comrade Jiang Zemin and his peers can be regarded as the 3rd generation, and there will be a 4th and a 5th. Hostile forces realize that so long as we of the older generation are still alive and carry weight, no change is possible. But after we are dead and gone, who will ensure that there is no peaceful evolution? So we must educate the army, persons working in the organs of dictatorship, the Communist Party members and the people, including the youth. If any problem arises in China, it will arise from inside the Communist Party. We must keep clear heads. We must pay attention to training people, selecting and promoting to positions of leadership persons who have both ability and political integrity, in accordance with the principle that they should be revolutionary, young, well-educated and professionally competent. This is of vital importance to ensure that the party's basic line is followed for 100 years and to maintain long-term peace and stability. It is crucial for the future of China. This is a pressing problem that has not yet been solved satisfactorily, and I hope it will be. I began to think about it when I resumed work after the Cultural Revolution. When we found that it was impossible for our generation to ensure long-term peace and stability, we tried hard to find a third generation to succeed us and recommended a few persons. But that didn't solve the problem. 2 persons who were chosen failed, and not. With regard to economic issues, they stumbled over the question of opposing bourgeois liberalization. That was something we could not tolerate. In late May 1989 I said that we should boldly choose for the new leadership persons who were generally recognized as adhering to the line of reform and opening up and who had some achievements in that respect to their credit. This would convince the people that we were wholeheartedly committed to that line. The masses judge from practice. When they come to the conclusion that socialism is good and that reform and the open policy are good, our cause will flourish forever. More young people should be promoted to positions of leadership. The present central leaders are rather advanced in years. Those who are a little over 60 are counted as young. They may be able to work for another 10 years, but 20 years from now they will be in their 80s, like me. They may be able to chat with people, as I'm doing today, but they won't have the energy to do much work. The current central leaders have been doing a good job. Of course, there are still quite a few problems in their work, but there are always problems in one's work. It is essential for old people like us to stand aside, give newcomers a free hand and watch them mature. Old people should voluntarily offer younger ones their places and give them help from the sidelines, but never stand in their way. Out of goodwill, they should help them when things are not being handled properly. They must pay attention to training successors of the next generation. The reason I insisted on retiring was that I didn't want to make mistakes in my old age. Old people have strengths but also great weaknesses. They tend to be stubborn, for example, and they should be aware of that. The older they are, the more modest they should be and the more careful not to make mistakes in their later years. We should go on selecting younger comrades for promotion and helping train them. Don't put your trust only in old age. I was already in a high position when I was in my 20s. I didn't know as much as you do now, but I managed. More young people must be chosen, helped, trained and allowed to grow. When they reach maturity, we shall rest easy. Right now we are still worried. In the final analysis, we must manage party affairs in such a way as to prevent trouble. Then we can sleep soundly. Whether the line for China's development that was laid down at the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee will continue to be followed depends on the efforts of everyone, and especially on the education of future generations. One of our problems today is formalism. Every time you turn on the television, you see a meeting being held. We hold countless meetings, and our articles and speeches are too long and too repetitious, in both content and language. Of course, some words have to be repeated, but we should try to be concise. Formalism is a kind of bureaucratism. We should spend more time on practical matters. That means saying less and doing more. Chairman Mao never held long meetings, his essays were short and concise and his speeches succinct. When he asked me to draft the work report to be delivered by Premier Zhou Enlai at the 4th National People's Congress, he said it should be no more than 5,000 Chinese characters. I kept to 5,000 characters, and they were enough. I suggest you do something about this problem. In studying Marxism-Leninism we must grasp the essence and learn what we need to know. Weighty tomes are for a small number of specialists. How can the masses read them? It is formalistic and impracticable to require that everyone read such works. It was from the Communist Manifesto and the ABC of Communism that I learned the rudiments of Marxism. Recently, some foreigners said that Marxism cannot be defeated. That is so. Not because there are so many big books, but because Marxism is the irrefutable truth. The essence of Marxism is seeking truth from facts. That's what we should advocate, not book worship. The reform and the open policy have been successful not because we relied on books, but because we relied on practice and sought truth from facts. It was the peasants who invented the household contract responsibility system with remuneration linked to output. Many of the good ideas in rural reform came from people at the grass roots. We processed them and raised them to the level of guidelines for the whole country. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I haven't read too many books, but there is one thing I believe in, Chairman Mao's principle of seeking truth from facts. That is the principle we relied on when we were fighting wars, and we continue to rely on it in construction and reform. We have advocated Marxism all our lives. Actually, Marxism is not abstruse. It is a plain thing, a very plain truth. 6. I am convinced that more and more people will come to believe in Marxism, because it is a science. Using historical materialism, it has uncovered the laws governing the development of human society. Feudal society replaced slave society, capitalism supplanted feudalism, and, after a long time, socialism will necessarily supersede capitalism. This is an irreversible general trend of historical development, but the road has many twists and turns. Over the several centuries that it took for capitalism to replace feudalism, how many times were monarchies restored? So, in a sense, temporary restorations are usual and can hardly be avoided. Some countries have suffered major setbacks, and socialism appears to have been weakened. But the people have been tempered by the setbacks and have drawn lessons from them, and that will make socialism develop in a healthier direction. So don't panic, don't think that Marxism has disappeared, that it's not useful anymore and that it has been defeated. Nothing of the sort. Peace and development are the two major issues in the world, and neither one has been resolved. Socialist China should show the world through its actions that it is opposed to hegemonism and power politics and will never seek hegemony. China is a steadfast force for safeguarding world peace. We shall push ahead along the road to Chinese-style socialism. Capitalism has been developing for several hundred years. How long have we been building socialism? Besides, we wasted 20 years. If we can make China a moderately developed country within 100 years from the founding of the People's Republic, that will be an extraordinary achievement. The period from now to the middle of the next century will be crucial. We must immerse ourselves in hard work. We have difficult tasks to accomplish and bear a heavy responsibility.